This might work better if I turn my microphone on. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Election Night with me, Luke Cleary. It is Tuesday, November 3rd, and our stream begins here at 7 o'clock. I've got 7 on the dot here on my watch. Just want to start out by saying thank you so much to Dane and Katrina for helping to get us on the air here tonight. This is an odd year for elections and an odd year for our country, really. So we're doing something different tonight. This streaming broadcast is something I think that we've never done before. So I should also say thanks to all of you for tuning in and joining us. We really hope that this will be an interactive broadcast and that you are able to kind of chime in with your comments, suggestions, questions, criticisms. We'll take it all, we are streaming again live on YouTube. I may try to pull that up and see if I can read your comments in real time. So let me see if I can just pull this up. We've got a couple of things going here for us at my fingertips. A lot of information is available. I can even pull up my own live stream. It would help if I put that on mute so I don't create an echo. I see that 6 people are watching right now. So to those of you who are here with us, thank you again for joining on this election night. I'm going to see if a few more people might join before we really get into the program. And for those of you who are here, I'm not going to let you linger. I do want to talk a little bit about what's at stake this election and what makes this election so odd. I mean, it's happening as we are kind of in the midst of this worldwide health crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic. We've also seen the national social justice movement that happened over the summer, particularly in the wake of the killing of George Floyd. And I'm just going to kind of read something, our write-up off of the website here. Along with electing a president, voters right here in the Quad Cities are going to be electing representatives at the federal level. In Iowa, you have a representative or a senator, I should say, a U.S. senator. And in Illinois, we have a representative in the U.S. House. Those are very hotly contested seats. We'll get into those as we move along. At the state level, we have incumbent representatives in the 71st District and 72nd District, rematching previous challengers, so that's quite exciting. And then also at the county level, we have some voters who will be faced with questions regarding the Constitution. In Rock Island County, a Second Amendment advisory questions on the ballot. In Scott County, voters will decide if they're in favor of a convention to revise the Constitution, which seems like no small order. And given the COVID-19 pandemic, we are seeing a higher rate of ballots being cast by mail or through early voting hours. That, in fact, has been confirmed by our sources with the election officials, the Rock Island County Clerk's office and the Scott County Auditor telling us that they're both on track to see record-breaking numbers in terms of voter turnout. I want to just go ahead and bring this up for you. This is what I've been looking at. Let me see if I can swap this around. I'm also doing all the directing here tonight, so I do ask again that you bear with us, have a little grace as we try out something new. All right, check this out. I'm going to go ahead and bring over our website, which has a lot of great interactive features and information that I think that you can use to help you navigate this election. Here it is. I think that's in the right spot. Okay, check it out. This is what I was just reading to you as we came on the air this evening. This is an interactive voting guide with all of the most important elections that are happening right here in the Quad Cities, in Iowa and in Illinois. We also have the presidential race happening right now, and this is actually updating, I think, every 2 minutes or so. So you can see the vote tallies. Maybe I can pop my face in here as well. Okay, hey, check it out. I'm here. So, yeah. So, this way. Okay. This is where the presidential race stands right now. Joe Biden receiving some 8,769,000 votes, or 49.27% of the votes. He's already claimed 85 electoral votes. According to the AP, these are states that have been called in Joe Biden's favor, and the incumbent, President Donald Trump, now stands at 55 electoral votes with 8.9 million votes, or 49.76% of the total. Again, you can easily find this page. It's WQAD.com/elections. And these are some of the key races that we are watching in the next couple of hours. As you can see, none of these have updated with results quite yet. At 7 o'clock, Illinois polls close. So we should be expecting to get some of the Illinois results very soon. We won't see any Iowa results until 9 o'clock. Polls in Iowa remain open until 9. Okay, so I want to get to a few more things with you as we kind of head into this election night coverage. A few things to talk about. Let's see. All right, this is what we got going on tonight. Once again, as I just mentioned, polls close in Illinois at 7. We're going to talk about some of the hot races that we are watching tonight. And then at 7:15, this is exciting, and I'm really looking forward to these live hits throughout the night. We're going to be checking in with our field crews who have been across the Quad Cities and further afield for our election coverage tonight. If you've been watching News 8 on TV at 5, 6, 6:30, and then later tonight at 10, we have team coverage. We've fanned out across our area to cover those hot races. So we'll be checking in first in just 7 minutes with Eleanor Tabone, who will be live in Rock Island. We've also put together a couple of compilation videos of News 8 coverage throughout 2020. So we'll check in with Scott County Auditor Roxana Moritz and the Rock Island County Clerk Karen Kinney to help you understand what to expect on election night, in an election unlike any other, where we're expecting to get so many mail-in votes, early votes, and votes on election day. Later on tonight, we're going to check in with Elizabeth Wattis at 7:40. She'll be joining us live from the News 8 studio, where she will be talking about some of the referenda that are on local ballots here in our area. At 8 o'clock, we'll be going live with Andrea Flores, also in Rock Island County, as we get to about an hour after the polls close. We can probably expect to find a few more results at that point. 8:15, we'll be going live with Jim Mertens from the studio. He's a veteran reporter and anchor here at News 8, so it'll be exciting to get some of his perspective on what has been, again, a very strange election season. Okay, so this is good. I'm just getting word that we might be going a little late with Eleanor, but that's just fine. We'll be checking in with her as soon as we can. Let's see. We'll also be talking about what's on the ballot. Some of our 2020 coverage, looking at particular referenda, as I mentioned earlier, there's some interesting things on the ballot this year, including, like, say, constitutional in Iowa. Oh yeah, every 10 years in Iowa, do you want to amend the Iowa Constitution? I mean, it sounds like a pretty extreme thing to ask. It's actually by law asked every 10 years. We'll get into that a little bit more. I'm sorry. Let's go on. 8:30 tonight, we'll be going live with Josh Lamberty at Riverside Casino in Riverside, Iowa. He has been following the Marionette Miller Meeks versus Rita Hart in Iowa's 2nd Congressional District. That is an open seat, as current Representative Dave Loebsack is not running for another term. So open seat, that's always very exciting. No incumbent. We'll talk about casting your ballot. That's another compilation of some of the cool stories that we reported out for you in 2020. Okay. And then at 9, our polls will close in Iowa. We'll be going live with Maggie Wedlake in Scott County at 9:15, making the decision. More 2020 News 8 coverage. More live results coming to you at 9:30. We'll look back on some of our coverage of the campaigns in 2020 at 9:45. And then finally at 10, we will just seamlessly glide right into News 8 at 10. So that's pretty exciting as well. All right. I'm going to just check in on our live stream right now. It looks like we've got 10 of you watching, so thanks again to the 10 of you who are here with us. You're in for a treat as we just moments away from introducing Eleanor Tabone in the field. I'll be waiting for her call, and when she buzzes in, it'll be a pleasant surprise. Okay, guys, just call me when you are ready. Okay, we have a call. Hello. Yes, I hear you. All right, well, I got to bring you in, okay? Hey, everybody. I'm now on the line with News 8's Eleanor Tabone in the field. Let's see if we can pull her in. Oh, yeah, great. Hey, there you are. You're live right now. Hello, Eleanor. How are you?
Hello. Okay.
Very good.
I'm
very
good, Luke. How are you?
Well, let's talk about where are you? I think I can just make out, it looks like you are standing in front of the office of Congresswoman Cheri Bustos.
That is correct, here in Rock Island.
It is currently about 7:14. So that means that polls haven't even, no wait, polls have closed in Illinois. You know, I get mixed up between Illinois and Iowa. Okay,
they have.
Well, tell me what you've been up to
today.
This has been an election, I've said this before, and I'm sure I'll say it again tonight, unlike any other before, under the specter of a global, worldwide, deadly pandemic. So you've been covering some of the precautions that officials have been taking in the days leading up to Election Day, the early voting. Talk about what you've been reporting today.
Sure. So today, in Rock Island, I covered, how people are voting amid the pandemic. And in Rock Island, in all their polling locations, they've made sure that the space is a lot bigger than usual so they can maintain that social distance. You had to be 8 foot away from the ballot box. You couldn't be close. Everyone was spaced out. There was hand sanitizer everywhere. You couldn't even enter the building without a mask. So everyone that was voting, everyone walked in. There was no qualms. Everyone just obeyed what they had to do and voted.
Nearly everybody wearing a mask?
Everyone was wearing a mask. You couldn't enter the building without wearing a mask.
Well, it seems like in this day and age, a mask can be, a fashion statement or an expression of your personality. And
it definitely is.
In your
it's
case
an accessory
as well,
nowadays.
It looks nice. Talk to me about some of the conversations you've been having with voters out there today.
Sure. So the voters that I spoke to today, they were all, I asked, were you comfortable coming? So many people obviously voted via mail. And the people that came there today said, I was super comfortable. I felt like everything was being done according to CDC guidelines. They all wore their masks. They came in, they voted, and they left. And the time I was there, it was around, when it was around 10:30, 11. So most people that had voted, there was a rush at around 6:37 before everyone heading off to work. So the time I was there it was really quiet. So people that were coming in and walking out straight away, and it was really easy for them.
I was there in Rock Island County at the administration building, the Rock Island County Administration building for early voting yesterday. They had a line that stretched all the way to the end of the block, folks wanting to get their vote in.
Oh my gosh.
Again, the last day of early voting, but very limited numbers of voting locations ahead of time. Today, though, I think I heard from the Rock Island County Clerk that there were something like 37 voting centers. Wow.
That's exactly right. There was 37 in the whole entire county, which is, it seems like a lot.
Talk us through some of the safety procedures and just how many voting volunteers and election officials had to be out there today. Do you have any concept of that? What a major operation this had to have been.
Well, it was a huge operation, but I was at the Tri-City Jewish Center in Rock Island on 30th Street. So there was about, maybe maximum 10. There was a maximum about 10 voting officials that were there, all volunteers. And they were making sure people were socially distancing. They had hand sanitizer to, give people, or they had it refilling. And part of my story today was also about, in the Rock Island precinct, there are 4 designated runners, and their job is to go to all the voting locations in Rock Island County and refill the pens, the paper, the hand sanitizer, the extra masks if needed. So there are people out there that are delegated to make sure everyone in Rock Island County is following those CDC guidelines.
So what has it been like for you covering an election in the midst of a pandemic? Now, I understand that the election beat hasn't really been what you've been up to for the most part since you've been here, but talk about what it's been like for the last couple of months for you.
Well, I must admit, I haven't done a lot of political stories just this election, but it's been very interesting because obviously it's very different to how Australians vote, and we have a prime minister, so it's very different. It's all based on, the popular vote. It's not based on this electoral college. There's nothing like that. So that's been a whole learning curve for me as to basically why that is.
You bring up a topic I definitely wanted to talk about with you, because for those of our viewers who are not familiar with you or have not been introduced to you, Eleanor, you do not come from the United States originally. Talk about your home country, and if you could, give us a crash course in civics, Australian civics, and what are the differences between the political system there?
I did not prep for this, Luke.
Well, you alluded to it a little bit. I mean, for one thing, I imagine that your elections you don't have presidential elections for one, but for two, they don't probably last for as long as ours. You know, we've had presidential candidates coming to our area, particularly in Iowa, since early 2019.
It's excessive in my opinion.
So
it
what
is
is it
excessive.
like in Australia?
But no, it doesn't not. It does not last that long back home. It's maybe a few months leading up to the Prime Minister, the election, and you do not see, you know, big parades and anything like that. The Prime Minister going for the position might speak at a few locations, might go visit different communities, but it is nothing to the extent that
And
it is
who
in
is
America.
the current Prime Minister?
It is, it is Scott Morrison. His name is Scott
Very
Morrison.
good. Any other observations on the very quirky U.S. election system? For one thing, do you have like political ads all over television in Australia?
We do. We have political ads, definitely not to the extent that you have here. And they're not, oh my God, there's not many as YouTube ads as there is here, but there are political ads, definitely.
Okay. Talk to me about what you'll be up to for the next few hours, because I understand that you are going live again for us at 10.
We are covering the Brewsters and Joy King race, so we'll be, you know, following them. I'm speaking to Esther Joy King at 9:30 to discuss how she's been campaigning, what she's doing, and if she'll run again. So it'll be interesting to hear her side. And from what I've heard and from the rumours that are going around, it's going to be a very tough race this year between the two.
Yes,
so we'll just have to see what's
Bustos
happening.
Comes into this race as the incumbent. I understand that she is kind of the favorite going into tonight's race, with Esther Joy King mounting this challenge, both of them being featured prominently in those political ads that we talked about in recent weeks, particularly in our area. And
Yes,
are you going to have an
those YouTube
opportunity to
ads.
speak with Representative Bustos?
We spoke to her at around 7 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
She wasn't available this evening, but I've been in touch with her media people, and they said, you know, basically she's happy where she is right now. She's confident in her campaigning, and she said, you know, I've left it all on the field, and now
once
it's up to the
again,
voters.
Talk us through. We are not seeing results quite yet. When do you think that we'll be able to start really seeing those results coming in?
Well, basically in Rock Island County, they all have to be taken back to the county building. They have to be, and that's where they'll be tabulated from there. It's on the assumption that a lot of the inner city Rock Island County is Democratic, so we might see Brewsters in the lead. But by the time that those votes come from out of town, which are being assumed they're more Republican, they might be coming in a bit later. So we're expecting that Brewsters will be in the lead until maybe later in the evening, but that's what they're thinking right now.
Eleanor, you've been very generous with your time. I know you've got a lot to do tonight, more reporting to do. So thank you so much for spending some time here on our live stream. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for having me. I
I'm new
appreciate
at, being my own director, Eleanor, don't leave just yet because I have to figure out how to get you off screen. But you did great. We still have a hot mic. Okay. I think that's it. All right. Well, that was Eleanor Tabone live for us in the field. That was really nice to catch up with her there. As you heard from her, she has been out reporting on this very unusual election season in the midst of a global health crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic. And later tonight, you can expect her on News 8 at 10. She'll be speaking with Esther Joy King, who is mounting a challenge to Sherry Bustos, and that would be in the Illinois, is that the 17th Congressional District? Let's go through my slides and we'll get into some of the hot races that we are watching tonight. Okay, so let's actually cross back over the river and talk a bit about Iowa House District 2, Rita Hart running against Marionette Miller Meeks. This again is an election between two challengers. There is no incumbent in this race because, as you see here, Dave Loebsack, the incumbent who won pretty decisively in 2018 with 54.8% of the votes. He is not running for re-election this year. He decided just not to run, and so Rita Hart, who I think if you may remember, she was on the ticket for lieutenant governor with Fred Hubble back in 2018. They lost to current governor Kim Reynolds, and Marionette Miller Meeks, who I believe has run for this seat before. But, you know, we'll talk a little more about this tonight. We have another reporter, Josh Lamberty, out in the field. He'll be joining us tonight at 8:30 from Riverside Casino. He is at the Marionette Miller Meeks event, and he's been speaking with, I believe, both of those campaigns throughout the night, and will be bringing us a update. You know, actually, before I really get into all of these hot races to watch, it occurs to me I'd like to bring you an interview that we did recently with, actually 2 interviews that we did with Rock Island County Clerk Karen Kinney and with Scott County Auditor Roxana Moritz, talking about this kind of unprecedented election and what it will be like actually tabulating all these mail-in votes and what we can expect tonight. We got into this a little bit with Eleanor, but I think it would be worthwhile to bring on a few of the experts to really talk us through this. These are excerpts from our program This Week with Jim Mertens, which airs on News 8 at 10 a.m. on Sundays. So you may have seen some of this before, but if you haven't, I want to flag this for you so we know what to watch. So let me go ahead and bring this in if I can. Very seamlessly, if I must say so myself. All right. Okay, here's the...
What do you expect for the vote?
All right. Just going to pop this up for you guys, and I will leave you with this, and I will be back in just a few minutes. But this is a really good video and very informational, so I want to play this for you now.
What do you expect for the vote count on Tuesday Eve?
So what this allowed for a directive that allows us October 31st, which is Saturday during our business hours, that we can start opening all of those early ballots. So we'll start opening on Saturday, but the laws always allowed us to start tabulating on Monday. So Monday and Tuesday we'll be tabulating all those early votes, and we don't see any issue with making sure that those are done in a timely fashion. We have equipment that counts about 4,000 ballots an hour, and in anticipation of having a high volume of absentees, I've secured on-site individuals from the people that are the technical advisors to the equipment that we use, just in case we have any technical difficulties.
Are you anticipating any problems at the polls election day? Because we've heard some people say, you know what, I'm not sure my vote's going to count. We're going to bring people to some of these precincts, to these polling locations, just to make sure that everything's on the up and up.
I know. I think people just have to unfortunately use some common sense. You know, we're hearing a national narrative, and I've really tried to encourage people to listen to their local news. National narratives aren't necessarily the same in every state or every county. Of course, we're prepared for anything that might happen at the polls, but I think people should understand that, you know, we're going to have the same policies that we've always had. We have rovers that look after all of the precincts, so we have one rover for every 4 precincts, so every 15 minutes that individual is at a precinct making sure that they have all the supplies that they need. If they're having any technical difficulty, they can help them. And then this year especially, we'll be looking for any electioneering or any civil unrest that might be occurring outside of the norm.
So do you think that you're going to need like extra help from the sheriff's department, or, I mean, what are you expecting on election day?
Well, I think it's safe to say that I'm meeting with our EMA, our emergency management, and all enforcement in Scott County in regards to elections prior and after two elections.
Primary really showed you a lot. It taught you a lot back in June of what this election was going to be like in 2020. You're pretty confident right now?
I am. I think that people should know that Iowa ranks 6th in the nation in integrity. We delivered a very fast and timely election in the primary, even though it was record numbers. And I expect the same thing to happen in this election. I hope that people will take to heart what polling etiquette is and make sure that everyone has a right to their own opinion, a right to their own voice, and making sure that every one of their votes counts. We will be utilizing all of the social distancing and CDC requirements. My workers are mandatorily going to be required to follow the CDC guidelines in regards to masks and face guards and PPE equipment. That being said, we can't mandate that from the public. So people can wear masks if they choose to, but they can come in and vote if they choose that that's what they want to do. We've been seeing the majority of the people that are voting downstairs, 95% of them are all wearing masks. But we also would like to remind people that this is a pandemic. COVID is real, and to protect our whole community, both sides of the river, we encourage people, if they really do feel safe in voting early, to do that. You can track your ballot on our website and make sure that your vote has been counted.
Scott County Auditor Roxana Morse, thank you so much for sharing some time with us. And joining us is Rock Island County Clerk Karen Kinney, both feet planted firmly on earth. Karen, today, Sunday, tomorrow, Monday, the last 2 days of early voting, what are you expecting in Rock Island County?
Well, if our numbers hold out, I expect a record turnout. As you can see right now, we have people lined up all the way outside the door, and we have had for several days now.
There has been amazing early voting that you were saying. I mean, for Rock Island County, it's among the highest percentage of ballots already submitted in the state of Illinois.
Yes, 39,365, I believe. And we're quite happy with that. We've already surpassed the 16 totals.
So what is the process now? Let's talk about the ballots that are already in. Are they being processed already, and what happens with those ballots on election day?
Yes, we have 10 judges in our back room in our office, and they all have different responsibilities as far as processing the ballots. Say one set, when I say a set, I call them that because it's one Democrat and one Republican. They open the ballot, they check the signatures, make sure that the signatures match the signature in the poll book. If not, the person will get a statement, we call it, telling them that there's a problem with their signature, and they will have a chance to either submit their signature or come in and fix their signature. Oftentimes they come in person because they want to make sure that their vote counts.
Now, as you said,
which is a good thing. We appreciate that.
Absolutely. But the thing is that you're processing right now. In no way are you counting, right? I mean, that's the big thing on Tuesday is the counting.
Yeah, we get asked that quite often. No counting goes on until after 7 o'clock on election night. We do not tabulate until after 7 o'clock. It's against the law.
Is there a trick? Is there a time you should come in? Because we've seen lines before the polls even open. You would think noon hour or after work are really busy times. We're expecting long lines. When do you think people should turn out on Tuesday?
When should they turn out? I would say in the morning hours are the best. The polls open at 6. Most people, they don't get in line at 6 o'clock. So if you really want to get in and out, I would come at 6 o'clock in the morning.
We've been hearing about the possibility that there may be people that are considering themselves as independent verifiers of the vote, or people that believe that there could be problems at the polls and they're going to show up. Are you worried about some voter interference or any interference at some of the precincts throughout Rock Island County?
Yes, we have discussed that. We have to. I've been working very closely with the state's attorney's office. We're going to have 4 judges on hand in the courthouse. And also we are going to supply our election judges with a statement just as to reaffirming their authority. The judges do have authority. It's their vote center. And if they have a problem with someone, they do have the right to take action.
And if there are problems at the polls, whether... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, if they're being rowdy or disorderly, they do have the right to have them removed.
Now, like I said, the Sheriff's Department has been notified. They're always notified each election. That's not unusual. But you do have kind of a rapid response team, do you not, on Tuesday, so that there's any problem at any type, at any precinct, that you're able to handle it right away?
Yes, we will be able to handle problems right away. And I didn't mention, I mentioned the state's attorney's office, and I should have also mentioned the sheriff's office, because he's been working very closely with us also.
So what do you think is going to happen Tuesday night when we're talking about the counting of the votes? Some people think that we won't have results for hours, if not days. Are you pretty confident we're going to find out some of these results on Tuesday night?
I think Rock Island County will have results on Tuesday night. I see no reason why we shouldn't. I mean, we've made all the necessary preparations. I think we'll be able to deliver.
Karen Kinney, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Good luck with you and all the election workers on a big job ahead of you. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Hello, can you hear me now? Okay, looks like I forgot to turn my mic back on. So bear with me, sorry about that. We're actually about to get a phone call any minute now from News 8's Elizabeth Wattis, who will be joining us from the newsroom. So she's going to be here to talk about some of the referenda that will be on the ballot, or rather that are on the ballot for voters this year. I'm going to go ahead and pull this, get my little box out of there so you can see everything that's on this slide. There is a referenda on the Iowa Constitution. By law, every 10 years, people have the opportunity to vote for a constitutional convention. It's asked every 10 years. There's not necessarily been any push for or against it. Needs to be a simple majority, and it hasn't even been a close vote until 1970. Lisa's actually going to be coming on to talk to us about the fair tax in Illinois, a safety tax in Whiteside County, and this one right here, a Second Amendment vote that will be right here in Rock Island County. Now, this is advisory referendum, and we'll also be talking about the Judge Kilbride retention. This requires 60%. So let's see. Okay, looks like we have Liz just about ready to go. And again, once she calls in, we'll be bringing her in. We can also talk about some of her experiences working here in the Quad Cities when it comes to elections. This is not her first rodeo. And here she is now. Hello? Hey Liz, I can hear you. Okay, let me just pull you up. I gotta do all the switching here. And okay.
All right.
I think we see you, and I think that we hear you. So say hello to our audience tonight.
Great.
You are live on YouTube and Facebook, I believe.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Wattis, of course, with News 8. And tonight I am in the building, which is really different for me. I report and I anchor. Tonight I'm doing some reporting from in the building, focusing on different issues and things that are on people's ballots here locally that don't really have to do with candidates, per se.
Right. Well, and I don't know if you can see my shot, but I'm also in the building, Liz, but I'm relegated to the upstairs conference room. Yeah.
You're up there. Hi, Luke.
And your shot looks fantastic. Well, let's
Great.
get right into it. I know that there are a couple of different things that you were kind of diving into this election season. And first and foremost, there's a statewide referendum in Illinois about something called the fair tax. What can you tell us about that?
Right. So the fair tax amendment on the Illinois ballot for Illinois voters, it's one of the things that has gotten a lot of misinformation about and has some voters confused. Hopefully they're not confused anymore because polls are closed, but it's really easy. I just want to break it down for all of you. So basically right now in Illinois, anybody that pays income tax, it's a flat rate in the state. So if you have a job, no matter what you make, you pay the state 4.95% of your paycheck every year, and that's called the flat tax rate, and it's been like that in Illinois. So the vote on the ballot today was going to change that to basically how much you make. That depicts how much tax you pay. So 3% of people under this fair tax amendment would pay more taxes. 97% of voters in Illinois would pay either the same or just a tad less. And it's broken down into different brackets depending on how much you make. So basically, if you make under $100,000 a year, you would pay slightly less. So right now, of course, I said that flat tax is at 4.95%. If you make under $100,000 a year, you would pay 4.9%. If you make $100,000 to $250,000 a year, you would pay the same, that 4.95%. If you pay over, or if you make over $250,000 in the state, your taxes would go up to 7.75%. So a pretty big jump there. But the majority of people make under $250,000 a year, so their taxes, like I said, would either stay the same or decrease by a little bit. So this vote also, it's not a simple majority. It needs 60% of people voting to say yes to move it to this. And there are some people, proponents to this amendment say that, yeah, I make less than, somebody who makes $300,000 a year. I should pay less. And they think this is more fair, hence the name fair tax amendment. But there are people that are against this and say that it's going to hurt job growth and it's going to open the door for taxes to be hiked again in the future. So this is going to be a tight one, something to watch for sure. Something that does take a little bit of research before you went to those polls, so hopefully you did that
thank
tonight.
you, Liz. Yeah, I mean, this is the proposal to introduce like a graduated tax where people would
exactly that.
Would
Yep,
pay
graduated
different
tax.
rates on different levels of income. But yeah, I've definitely heard the criticism that this would allow the Illinois state legislature to fiddle around with tax rates, which they currently are not allowed to do under state law.
Right, and that's Yeah.
Okay, well, sorry, there's a little bit of a delay here. Let's talk about the next one on our list. There's a safety tax referendum in Whiteside County. What exactly does that mean?
Yeah, I did a little bit of research on this one too. So all of you Whiteside County voters out there, this was on your ballot today. It's a 0.5% sales tax in the county, and all of that money would go towards the 911 dispatch centers. So right now there are actually 2 dispatch centers in Whiteside County. They want an increase in money to come in there to pay for salaries, and then there is some talk of actually consolidating those 2 into one, updating that technology for the 911 call centers there. So 0.5% sales tax, what does that mean? Basically, on any sale that you pay sales tax for every $100 in sales, 50 cents would go to that 911 center for that. And, you know, of course, the public safety, you know, the county sheriffs, all of law enforcement is really, you know, for this tax and hoping that it passes. They say that it will help them, again, update that technology and pay the salaries and, you know, hopefully consolidate that. They say they're underfunded by $500,000.
Oh, wow.
Also annually, yeah, so that's what people are saying that want this tax. Annually, it's set to bring in anywhere, this 0.5% would bring in $1.6 to $2.3 million extra per year. That's for you Whiteside
And it's hard
County.
to tell with smaller measures like this one. We don't necessarily get a lot of polling on this, so really kind of a coin toss, right? Whether or not this passes.
For sure, it's really who you talk to around town. Not really talked about these small items like this, unless you are in Whiteside County, and even so, you might not even know about it.
One more I want to talk about. There's a Second Amendment referendum item on the ballot in Rock Island County. What's that about?
Yeah, this one's kind of weird. So the question on the ballot for Rock Island County voters: should the Illinois General Assembly protect a citizen's right to keep and bear arms as defined by the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution? So here's the kind of interesting part of this one. If it passes, it won't create or change anything. So why do it? That's what I wanted to know. Why do it if it's not going to change anything? Basically, what I understand is it's kind of a vote of confidence moving forward. So if there ever was a decision that was up in Rock Island County for decision makers, lawmakers to make, and it had to do with the Second Amendment and gun rights, they could point to this and say, well, look, our voters voted that they do support the Second Amendment, right? They don't support the Second Amendment, right? Whatever it comes out to. This is a Republican supported measure. So this one's kind of interesting because it really wouldn't change anything. It would just kind of be reassurance if it does pass for future decisions based on the Second Amendment in Rock Island County.
In some respects.
Yeah.
There's also a measure to retention for a judge, which has gained a lot of notoriety recently, I think, because of some of the campaign spending on this. That would be Judge Kilbride. But rather than get too deep into that, I'd actually like to talk a little more about your experience, because this is not your first rodeo when it comes to covering politics at WQAD. You were there at the Iowa caucuses, actually kind of in the trenches, while Jim and I were side by side at the Iowa Center in Des Moines. You were actually out there at one of the candidates' parties on that night when we didn't get results for hours on end. What was that like? Who were you covering, and what was that like?
Yep. So if I remember correctly, I was at Drake, and I was covering former Vice President Joe Biden. That was my candidate to cover for the night, and I was at that party, and I just remember, we were given a time and a rough estimate on when the former Vice President was going to come out and speak, and when we should know these results, and people were filling the room. Still filling the room, then everyone was just kind of milling around, and then it was just like, what the heck, where are the results? And, that's such a probably not a great mark in history for Iowa,
That's
but
right.
yeah, it was just the voters, the confusion. We just didn't know anything. It, would come to me for a live hit, and I just really didn't have much to say besides, we're still waiting. But that night was really interesting, just from my research and the projections going into the caucus. Biden was supposed to do a lot better than he did, and it ended up that Pete Buttigieg, when all the results, finally came in, days after that, he did take Iowa, and that was a night I definitely will never forget. That was a weird one.
It sure was. Yeah, I mean, I was there hoping that maybe we could go out and there would be an early winner and we could go out and get a beer afterwards, but no such luck.
Yeah, we had a whole crew there. No.
Finally, a lot, as I'm watching some of the results come in, the states closing early on the East Coast, getting some flashback to 2016. And I want to take you back to your 2016 moment. You were a fresh Cub reporter here at WQAD, and they gave you a pretty tough assignment.
Yeah, really quickly here, I know we have a news cut in here in a few minutes, but yeah, I'll never forget it. I was pretty fresh here at WQAD, just a few months under my belt, and I worked the weekend shift, and a lot of candidates come on the weekends, and so I remember my news director telling me that I was going to do a one-on-one interview with Hillary Clinton, the then Democratic nominee, and no matter what party, no matter your affiliation, that's a huge deal. And I just remember, to do something like that, you have to send in your credentials to the Secret Service. I thought that was just this crazy thing for a new reporter to do that. And then, it was me and then photographer Jenny Hipskind, and we sat down in this little curtained room and we talked for 12 minutes and had all my questions prepared, actually memorized. That I was so nervous that I memorized them all without even realizing it. And it was an experience. Looking back, I'd probably do things a little differently, but it was something that put a little pep in my step as a new reporter.
We'll bring that out of the vault and play
it
tonight.
It was 4 years ago.
How's that sound?
No, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that.
Well, thank you so much, Liz. What's next for you tonight before we say
Luke.
Goodbye?
Gonna go watch the results coming in, do some more research, and I'll be back here on the island at 10 o'clock. Jim and Denise will be anchoring, and I'll kind of be doing color reporting, if you would say, on some of these local races that we just discussed.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Liz.
All right.
All right, that was Elizabeth Waters there with some of the referenda on the ballot this year and giving us an inside look at what it is like to cover the elections here in Illinois and Iowa in the last several years. All right. I just want to now go back over some of the topics that we're going to be bringing you tonight. News 8 is on TV. They're going to be doing a cut-in here with one of our reporters out in the field. And I've got everything listed here. I think that'll be, that would be Andrea Flores, who is going to be coming live to News 8 from Rock Island County Clerk's office. We're going to be catching up with her at about 8 o'clock as well. So about 7 minutes from now, I believe that means I might have just enough time to bring you yet another compilation of some of our 2020 coverage in this very strange race. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Actually, let's go back through some of the hot races that we have heading out into this evening. Okay. We'll be bringing you some of that coverage from 2020 a little later on. First, let's talk about some of the hot races that we are watching. I think that we mentioned this one before. Rita Hart is running against Marionette Miller Meeks in U.S. House District 2 in Iowa. We got Abby Finkenauer, who is defending her seat in Iowa District 1, and as you can see up here, that's the congressional district just to the north of us. Some people in our viewing area, if you live in the Jackson County up here and Dubuque County, that would be your representative. Abby Finkenauer winning in 2018 by a margin of 51 to 46. We also have a U.S. Senate seat that is up for grabs in this election. Joni Ernst being the incumbent, who is facing a pretty tough challenge from Democratic nominee Teresa Greenfield. We have actually some polling on this race in recent weeks, so we can actually look ahead. But if I'm not mistaken, okay, yeah, these polls are just a little outdated because, okay, they still show Teresa Greenfield leading 47 to 43%. But if you looked at the Des Moines Register poll that came out just a few weeks ago, it's exactly the reverse of that, with incumbent Joni Ernst leading Teresa Greenfield 47 to 43%. Let's move right along to more local races. This is an Iowa House of Representatives seat, District 88. I included a little map there. It might be a little fuzzy, but you can see Davenport here, and this is a district that includes like Louisa County, just along the Mississippi River out past Muscatine. So David Kerr being the incumbent there. Bill Espeedy in Davenport is running to defend her seat against Mike Vondran in District 93 of the Iowa House of Representatives. And in District 91, Kelsey Brackett and Mark Cisneros running in the general election, again for the Iowa House of Representatives, District 91. We talked about this, the Iowa Constitutional Convention question on the ballot in Iowa. I wanted to give you just a little bit of historical context, though, on this race, or not even a race, but it's a measure that's on the ballot in Iowa every 10 years. Automatically it goes on. A yes vote supports holding a constitutional convention to explore proposals for changes to the state constitution, while a no vote opposes holding a constitutional convention to explore those said proposals for a change to the state constitution. And as you can see, in 1970, actually, it was pretty close. It didn't quite get over the line. Ooh, I'm getting a call from our next reporter. Hello, Andrea.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. I'm live on YouTube and Facebook. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, let me pull up my notes and then I should be good.
All right, great. I will call you back when we get our shot up in about a minute.
Sounds good. Okay.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, guys. That was our reporter, Andrea, who is out in the field in Rock Island. We are going to bring her up in just a moment here. Bear with me as I work the switcher. Okay, I think I can find her here. Oh yeah, okay. She looks just about ready to go. I will call her back. Okay. I tell you, this is actually really fun. I'm working as the director here through a program called OBS. This is a program that is typically used by gamers on YouTube who play Call of Duty or Fortnite or whatever. And we're using it tonight for our live streaming election coverage. Let me just check actually real quick how many people are viewing on YouTube. Okay, we've got 9 watching now on YouTube. We've actually gotten a bigger response on Facebook so far. I think that we are on Facebook right now as well, so to those of you joining us on Facebook, thank you very much. Great to see you all. Thanks for being here with us on our live election coverage tonight. I'm going to dial into Andrea, who is live right now in Rock Island County. Hello?
Hello.
Looks like we have a little bit of a audio issue here. Let's try that one more time. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, there you are. Okay, great.
Yeah.
I'm pulling you up now. Hey, everybody. Welcome, Andrea Flores,
Okay,
our reporter out in the field. It looks like you are just outside the Rock Island County Administration building, if I'm not mistaken. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good, yeah. I'm right here outside the Rock Island County offices. The county clerk's office is right inside where all the magic's
what
happening
kind of
right now.
magic exactly is going on? The polls closed when?
The polls closed at 7 o'clock, so just about an hour ago. So right now they're tabulating those results. Precincts from all across the county had to drive over to this office to deliver their ballots, their election equipment memory cards, so that way they could get that process
Talk to me a little bit about
going.
your night. So you've been reporting live at 5, 6, 6:30, and then you were just doing a cut-in. What are you reporting on tonight? What's your election night beat?
Yep, so today for Election Day, I've been talking about voter turnout in Rock Island. You know, we've been hearing all across the country and the state, both sides of the river, that there's very big voter turnouts. And here in Rock Island County, there are 90,000 registered voters, and the county clerk, Karen Kenny, expects 70,000 people to come out and vote.
Yeah.
So that is a very large percentage of registered voters, very much larger than she's ever seen, she tells me. So another part of my story was kind of reporting on the early voting. So 42,000 people did early vote either by mail or in person. So that's almost half of the kind of voters that they expect
You know, Andrea, I was
to
just
cast their
there
ballots.
where you're standing yesterday in that very spot, and we were watching folks lining up for their last opportunity to vote early ahead of Tuesday, General Election Day. We actually had a line all the way from the entrance to the end of the block today with 37 vote centers open, I believe. What did you see out there? Were there lines, or were folks able to get in and out of there pretty quickly?
Surprisingly, not a lot of lines. I went to 3 polling locations, Rock Island, East Moline, and Moline, and everywhere was kind of the same. People were able to get in, cast their ballot within a couple minutes, and then get right out. So it was pretty quick. I think that the county clerk here is owing that to the popularity of early voting, especially by mail or in person. So it was a little less hectic than I
So I'm
expected
sitting
it
here
to be,
looking
for sure.
at our AP dashboard, looking for results. I'm refreshing it compulsively. I'm not really seeing anything quite yet. Polls closed about an hour ago. What did the county clerk tell you about when we might be able to expect results?
Sure, yeah. I gave her a call just before I hopped on here with you, and I haven't heard back yet. So I'm expecting that they are going through those results. She did tell me that she's hopeful and anticipates to have results tonight. So I am expecting fairly shortly here that results will start popping up. You know, precincts have to come from all across Rock Island County to deliver their ballots and those memory cards. So it could take a little bit to get everything here and
Well,
counted.
I want to shift gears here a little bit. I mean, this has been an election year unlike any other. We are trying to cover our state, local, and federal elections under the specter of this pandemic, a deadly virus, COVID-19. What has it been like for you covering this story in the midst of the pandemic, and what are you doing to try to keep yourself safe?
Well, this is my first election covering at all for my career. So this is something I never expected, right? All the guidelines of wearing a mask, watching your distancing, and washing your hands. That's something I've tried to follow this entire time. It's been luckily pretty okay today just because of the voter turnout was mostly in early, right? So there wasn't a ton of crowds that I've had to get through. That was something that was definitely on my mind as I kind of headed out the door today. Something else I never really expected was kind of the lack of watch parties, right? You know, there's always parties on both sides, from the Democrats and the Republicans, from campaigns themselves, just waiting for those results to come in. This year there really isn't much of that. Some do have those parties, but a lot of them are virtual. So that's something I always anticipated doing, but this time around it's not in the
what
cards.
are some of the interesting stories that you've covered this year so far? I mean, all of us have tried to stay on this, you know, and I think that in future generations they'll look back on the stories that we shot to get a look at this historic election, this pandemic election. What were some that have stuck with you?
I think one story that sticks out to me is the changes to the campaign trail story I did about a week ago. I followed around Representative Toni McCombie and her opponent, Joan Padilla, in the 71st District of Illinois for the State House, just talking to them about what's changed for them. You know, you think of campaigning, you think of a lot of door knocking, lots of fundraising events, meet and greets, things like that, lots of in-person socialization for the voters to get to know the candidates. This year, it's a lot different. They tell me that door knocking was basically on hold till the summertime when states started to reopen, and even then it was very much drawn back. They focused a lot on digital outreach, phone outreach by calls, texts, emails, all that sort of thing. So it was interesting to talk to them about how, just like we've had to switch gears, every job has had to switch gears, they did too.
Yes.
And one other story I did do was just changes to early voting here in Rock Island County. Just they only had one satellite location at the Western Illinois University Quad Cities campus instead of multiple. They did that one just because of safety reasons, you know, less places for people to go and congregate, but also because of the popularity of vote by mail. So when I was there, there were definitely lines. There was definitely, you know, a demand for it. And I think that's where I saw the most voters in one place about 2-3 weeks ago.
One of the reasons why the line was so long yesterday, we heard, was that, well, there were just fewer workers inside due to social distancing guidelines, right? So it took a little longer to kind of get everybody through. But you didn't see that today. I guess that might have been a function just of how dispersed the various voting locations were.
For sure, yeah. Every polling location I went to, there were just a handful of poll workers, but it didn't really seem like either location was too stressed out or understaffed or anything like that. It all flowed pretty efficiently. So, yeah, I'm not sure if the poll workers really were understaffed today. I think they might have had enough.
My audio. Can you hear me?
At least from where I was.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just see if I can call her back. I lost my audio connect. Hi there. I lost my connection with you.
Hello.
Can you hear me now? Oh, good. All right. Well, it looks like we have Jim Mertens ready to go on the news desk. Before we let you go, I just wanted to ask you, what will you be doing again at 10?
At 10, I'll be both rehashing what we've seen today in terms of voter turnout, but also talking with County Clerk Karen Kenny and asking her what they've noticed in terms of results. You know, we might not have everything by 10 o'clock, so we'll definitely be asking her what we can expect and what we've seen so far in terms of candidates who are maybe pulling ahead or which precincts are in versus which are not. So those are the things I'll be looking for at 10
thank you so much for joining us here on the live streaming show. Appreciate your time, and looking forward to seeing you again on TV tonight at 10. You too.
Yes, thank you, Luke.
All right, now bringing in Jim Mertens. He doesn't know that he's on the air right now. I'm going to go ahead and call him to connect. I'm sure he'll get a kick out of this. Hey, Jim, you're on the air.
Oh, then I better watch my P's and Q's.
Hey, welcome to the.
Thank you for the heads up.
I saw you there. I thought, let's
The
go ahead
broadcast
and
has
do
started
it.
already,
Yeah.
huh?
Hey, well.
You know, I was always taught in broadcasting is that the microphone's always live, so.
Yeah. Well, I knew that you, as the consummate professional and crafty veteran of our newsroom, you'd be. Yeah.
I like crafty veteran.
Thank you so much for coming on this streaming show. And
Absolutely.
we were just connecting there with Andrea Flores, who was live with us out of Rock Island County, just outside the administration building, where we presume
Right.
that they are counting those ballots, early ballots, and same day.
They are, and I don't know if you're doing what I'm doing, is that I'm going to a couple of the different county clerk websites in Illinois. Obviously, you don't do the auditors for another 50 minutes. And nobody to this, well, I shouldn't say nobody. Whiteside County, no votes are in. Henry County, no votes are in. And Rock Island County, no votes are in either. I don't know what that means. I do know when it came to counting the votes, we were talking, as you well know, to Karen Kinney before the weekend, the Rock Island County clerk, who said that the process, and I also talked to the Mercer County clerk in regards to the process of counting the votes. I should apologize, processing the votes before the election, and that the count would actually start once the polls were closed. So that the whole mechanics of early voting, whether it's absentee ballots, of actually opening up each and every one of those letters was already occurring. And it's kind of interesting, Luke, because if you live in Illinois, actually it's the same in Iowa too, is that if you got the absentee ballot, you had to sign something, the outside of the envelope generally. And what Karen Kinney of the Rock Island County Clerk's Office was saying is that if there was a problem with that signature, and mind you, you've got election officials that are looking at each and every one of these mail-in absentee ballots that were coming back, if they saw some discrepancy with the signature or some problem like that, they actually contacted each and every one of those voters and said, look, we have a problem with your signature. You can come in and correct it or to verify that this is your signature. So it's really interesting to the degree that people in the county clerk's office, and I'm sure in the auditor's office in Iowa as well, made sure that the ballots that were received were actually from you.
Right. And, you know, it's still too early to start panicking, right? If I'm not mistaken, I mean, are we getting, and here's where I'm getting at, because it's only been an hour since the polls have closed, and you presume that they need some time to start counting, but I am starting to get maybe shades of just a few months ago, you and I were in Des Moines, sleepless in Des Moines.
I thought that's where you were going.
Sleepless. No, I don't think that this is comparable at all. It's only been 1 hour since polls have closed. I mean, before.
Well, you're talking about the Iowa caucuses.
Before we get into
exactly.
the Iowa caucuses,
yeah.
Is this, in your experience, normal that we haven't seen any results quite yet out of Illinois, or what do you think in terms of timelines?
Yeah, I don't think it's that unusual, to be honest. And when you look at the large number of votes, I mean, here's what happens is that when they are tabulating the votes, they process the ballots, then they go into machines, and it basically starts tabulating the votes. The actual counting started after 7 o'clock in Illinois counties. Karen Kinney, the Rock Island County Clerk, says there's also like a ticker that goes with it that's actually recording vote by vote by vote, so that there is, for lack of a better way of putting it, a paper trail for each and every single one of those votes so that they can go back. I mean, this is why county clerks and county auditors believe that your vote is very secure. It's not hooked up to the internet, so foreign powers or any type of entity that plans some terrible things cannot access it, but they're able to keep a tab, kind of a running tab, a ticker of the vote as it's going through. Well, the sheer number, I mean, we're talking about tens of thousands of votes in each county. The sheer number is an awful lot. And so when these early votes come in, I think they're just going to come in, bam, as one big block in a lot of cases.
Okay. Yeah, and so we'll definitely be looking forward to that, because I want to share with our viewers here on YouTube and Facebook. I mean, that's the benefit of having this ongoing streaming broadcast. We can show you the results as they come in, but unfortunately we just don't have a lot to show quite yet.
And I'm actually looking at that as we speak, and still updating. Henry County, Illinois, has none of the votes coming in. This is Whiteside County, and I see nothing coming in. And the county clerk's office in Rock Island County, updating that and refreshing that, and I don't have new results there either. So yeah, we're still waiting for numbers to come in. And let's be honest, I mean, you and I, we're an impatient group. I mean, we want the numbers as soon as possible. Voters probably want them too, but let's be honest, we want them right more than we want them early.
Absolutely. Well,
sounds like a cliche, but I think it's true.
It's true. It's better to be right than first sometimes. So let's talk about, okay, I alluded to this earlier, but let's really kind of dive into it, because if there was any worse way to kick off 2020 in terms of politics, you would, I think you would be hard-pressed to find a better way to screw it up than the Iowa caucuses. So,
you know, here's the thing, is that you kind of sit there, and once again, I don't necessarily want to make a corollary. I don't know why I'm saying this, because I am making a corollary then. But when you talk to the head of the Democratic Party of Iowa back in January, predicting this is going to be the most transparent Iowa caucus, we've worked hard on this, it's going to be very smooth as silk. And then what happened was that there were some bad characters that got into the computer systems. They made some phone calls and tried to, screw up the reporting of the Iowa caucus vote for the Democratic caucuses. And so that vote tabulation was delayed. It was supposed to be released, a Monday night. And it wasn't released really until late Wednesday, Thursday, even then. But they got it right. And you're worried also perhaps that when it comes to the vote in November that it could be the same thing. And, we'll just see. I can tell you that I talked to Roxana Moritz, who's the Scott County auditor. I've talked to Karen Kinney, who is the Rock Island County clerk. I've talked to the clerks in Whiteside and Mercer County as well. They're very confident that they have the staff, that they've been prepared. Whiteside County was inundated in the clerk's office this afternoon, but election days are always really very busy. But they think that they have the systems in place to have a secure, well-counted vote tonight in every county that I've talked to. We also talked to Paul Pate, the Secretary of State for Iowa, who runs basically Iowa elections, who also has said that he has made sure that county after county in Iowa was well prepared, was well trained, is what he really pointed out, is that the large counties, he said, were way ahead in processing the early votes. They were in great shape. Paul Pate saying throughout Iowa, the smaller counties were really, nobody was reporting, oh my gosh, we're inundated and we can't count these votes. It's just too much for us. None of the counties in Iowa are reporting anything like that.
I want to see if we can get audio to come through. I'm directing while I'm speaking to you. I'm trying to see if I can get audio to come through while we look at results. I'm just going to make a quick note here to Dane. Can we get audio coming through while looking at results? But as I'm dictating it. Yeah.
This reminds, I got to tell you the truth, the first election I did was in radio in 1978, right. And this reminds me of that.
I can't really walk and chew bubble gum at the same time, but I'm sure there are people out there that are enjoying watching me try.
We're from the same school.
Oh, I can see he's actually remoted into my computer. I'm watching him do it. So, but fortunately, we don't have anything really to talk about quite yet. Other than, I think, Jim, it would also be nice to get your perspective on the elections that you have covered in the past and what we're seeing here in 2020 as we try to do this fundamental function of our society, our democracy, in the midst of this pandemic. How weird has this year been for politics in your experience?
Yeah, it has been phenomenally weird, and obviously tonight's getting even stranger. I've got earpieces. I got a bunch of earpieces in, and one was ABC. And before I talked to you, they were pointing out that it looks like President Trump doing very well in Florida, doing very well in Miami-Dade County, which has a large Cuban American vote, which is traditionally more of a Republican vote, and that a large Hispanic vote for Joe Biden is not coming through. And in Miami-Dade, it seemed like that the vice president is underperforming what Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago, showing that Florida is seemingly going stronger towards President Trump than expected. And then moments later, they're looking at Ohio and looking at some of the counties there and seeing that Joe Biden is outperforming Hillary Clinton in Ohio as well. Now, Ohio, I think a lot of people think is going to go Republican. Florida, a lot of people thought was going to be a toss-up state. So it's like each state, it's very difficult to tell exactly how this vote will go. Unless, of course, you're Illinois, which is a very solid Democratic state. So you're going to have Joe Biden declared the winner in Illinois. Richard Durbin winning re-election, being declared very, very early because it's such a Democratic state. You're not going to see that in Iowa. You're not going to see the Joni Ernst, Teresa Greenfield race declared very early. It'll be interesting to see how soon Iowa is declared for either Donald Trump or for Joe Biden. If you look at a bunch of the polls that were being done early, I mean, some people had Donald Trump winning by 6 points. I saw one poll that had for Iowa Joe Biden winning by 4 points. I mean, that's a huge swing in different polls, which always makes you wonder exactly to what extent the polls are truthful. So you're going to see a nail biter once again, which I think a lot of people were expecting no matter what the polls were. And all of the issues and delays that were there, they did get it right at the end. Then you take a look at COVID-19 and how it really changed how all these campaigns literally campaign. The president loving these large events, but in time not really holding that many until the very end. And then Joe Biden, who held very few large public events, and many of those times they were often involving like a drive-through or a drive-in where cars were there beeping their approval of their favorite candidate. So this is going to be a strange year, but I think the lasting legacy, other than the vote totals for election night, will be how we voted. If this vote is actually is pulled off successfully, if people have the confidence that this vote was correct and that it was secure, holy cow, 4 years from now, with this many people who voted early, you're going to see a real change in how America votes. When you got a more high-tech society and people have so many different things that they do, we've got people working and living inside their own homes, of course, and so why not vote from home? You know, it's almost like an extension of COVID-19, of course, but you have a feeling that other than the election results itself, the way we voted in 2020 is going to have a huge lasting impact on our democracy.
Wow, Jim. Yeah, you know, I think that's a good place to leave it. I wanted to bring up our full view of the states that appear to be leaning one way or the other at this early stage, and a lot along the East Coast just kind of going the way you would expect. You know, New York and Massachusetts and Vermont, New Jersey, Virginia, all being called at this point, and then, yeah.
Yeah, well, I hadn't heard Virginia. Did Virginia go for Biden?
It looks like it on this map from the AP.
What I know about Virginia, of course, is Virginia has been usually very much a purple state. What has changed with Virginia, of course, is that the ring communities around Washington, D.C., which is the far northeastern part of Virginia, are very Democratic, but the rest of the state's very Republican. Well, one of the states that people are really going to look at, of course, is Georgia. And I don't have it in front of me. I had it in front of me. If you could take a look at Georgia. Everyone.
I got it now.
I got to tell you the truth.
At Georgia here.
Okay. So Georgia, I think, is a real important state, especially for the Democrats. Pennsylvania is going to be a huge state, of course. and that we may not know until much later because they really count their early votes much later. Like I said, Ohio was becoming a very pivotal state for Joe Biden there, and they always talk about that blue wave of the industrial Midwest when you have the Ohio, the Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, and Iowa as well. The critical areas that could really give us a real feel for how this election will go.
I mean, we're looking at Florida. Yeah, again, as you mentioned earlier, it does appear that in Miami-Dade, Joe Biden just not performing as strongly with Hispanics and Cuban American voters as he would have liked to in order to carry that state. And are we entering now kind of a new age where you can kind of put Florida in that Republican box, but at the same... Yeah.
I'm not sure you could do that yet. I think Florida is still very much a purple state that leans more Republican. I think in a lot of ways, Iowa is much the same. I mean, you take a look at what Iowa looked like 3 years ago, and Dave Loebsack was the only Democratic lawmaker on the national stage, so to speak, out of Iowa. All the other congressional and the 2 Senate seats were all Republicans. And then in one election 2 years ago, it totally swung. Both of the senators are Republican, but 3 out of 4 Congress people from Iowa were Democrats. A total flip. So, you know, you have these purple states, and let's be honest, every 2 years, it's a very different election.
True. I'm actually surprised to see, you know, over the years, how many states kind of take on that bellwether status. Seems like, you know, only a couple cycles ago, it was Ohio. Then it seemed to be firmly in the Republican grasp. And as you were saying earlier, though, Ohio appears to be in play tonight.
It appeared with the early numbers. Mind you, I mean, I'm afraid of forecasting off early numbers because you don't know what that means right now because the early vote. I mean, could it be a bunch of Democratic votes coming in or a bunch of Republican votes? That just doesn't say anything. Here's another thing that you can look at tonight that would be kind of interesting is that the 2 congressional districts that serve the Quad Cities are the 17th District in Illinois. Sherry Bustos, a Democrat, expected to be safely a Democratic district once again this election, but it voted for Donald Trump. The 2nd congressional district with Dave Loebsack, who was expected to be a much closer race, but he was expected to win, and he won the 2nd district in Iowa 4 years ago, went to Donald Trump. So the people in this area, at least in the 17th district and the Iowa 2nd, are purple people, so to speak. If you think about it, I mean, they switched their vote. They didn't go straight party line, and that makes this area pretty interesting.
You know,
I think
it reminds me of a story that we ran earlier this year. I think Marissa Sulek was on this story. The pivot counties of our area, virtually every county aside from Scott County, Iowa, and Rock Island County, Illinois, surrounding our viewing area is one of these so-called pivot counties that were pivotal in the election of Donald Trump. Simply, the definition means they voted for Obama in 2008 and 2012, and then switched their vote to Donald Trump in 2016. So, I mean, it's like, if you look at the map,
yeah, I mean,
every single county surrounding it.
But it's also interesting is that you generally expect more urban counties to vote or lean at least Democratic. And so when you look at these maps of the votes every 4 years or even every 2 years, is that you'll see these blue dots that are Scott County surrounded by red or Rock Island County surrounded by red. And you know, traditionally when you looked at the eastern Iowa vote, you would expect Democratic votes in Scott County. You expected it often in Dubuque County, for lack of a better explanation, is because the large Catholic population was there. So it was traditionally more Democratic in the Kennedy years, and so you'd expect Democratic votes there. That's not the case anymore. It's very purple there. You also expected more Democratic votes perhaps in the unionized counties, which could have been a description of Des Moines County years ago as well. And now that that's not, you know, you can look at Richard Nixon breaking up some of the union vote that used to be so definitely towards Democrats. Ronald Reagan continuing that, the Ronald Reagan Democrats, that the union vote is no longer a block of voters that are pure blue, that are pure
Right.
Democrat. And so you're seeing a real mixing of the vote throughout eastern Iowa and western Illinois. And then you have those spots such as you pointed out, Scott County in Iowa, Rock Island County in Illinois.
Jim, we're actually going to go to Josh Lamberty now, who is in, I believe, Riverside, Iowa, at the casino where Marionette Miller Meeks is holding an event. And again, this is another election, a hot race that we are watching. There is no incumbent in this race, is Representative Dave Loebsack. As you said earlier, the kind of lone Democrat, right, of the congressional delegation of Iowa, stepping down or deciding not to run this year. Anything that you can share about this race before we hang it up?
The interesting thing is Marionette Miller Meeks is a person who has run before. Both her and Dr. Christopher Peters were the two Republicans that have run against Loebsack repeatedly. Both of them being doctors, and I know Josh asked Marionette Miller Meeks in regards to whether she would take a COVID vaccine if available, and she's been very strong in support of science, being a doctor herself, and not really a skeptic as far as science is concerned. She's got that as her background. She's been in the state Senate in Iowa for a term now. Rita Hart is a real well-known commodity in eastern Iowa. She was a state senator for the area that is basically it's Chris Knoyer's district now, which is basically Bettendorf, Pleasant Valley, LeClaire, up along that area of the Quad Cities in Iowa. And she really became better known statewide when she was Democrat Fred Hubble, who ran for governor 2 years ago in Iowa, lieutenant governor. So she learned. So she learned a lot about Iowa. To be honest, I've met both of them, and either way, they're just really strong candidates. I can also point out, and I've been pointing this out since before June, Luke, and it is incredible if you think about it, where you had so little female representation in Congress and in the legislature. And right now, no matter how your vote goes, the Quad Cities is going to be represented by 2 women in Congress. And that is, I know it's not going to be the headline, but it certainly should be underlined with this election. And a lot of it has to do with the race that Josh is covering tonight.
That is so interesting. Not to mention that Iowa also has a woman as governor, first woman governor, right? Kim Reynolds. Right now, she's not up for election.
She is the first woman governor. She's also, luckily for her, is 2 years ago she became the first elected governor. Of course, she moved up as governor when Terry Branstad became ambassador of China, becoming the first female governor. But then she was also elected by a very close race, but a vote of the people. So I think that just reaffirmed her. You also have, of course, Joni Ernst, who won 6 years ago as the first woman in the U.S. Senate for Iowa. The first leadership in the Iowa legislature has been a woman. All but one. I'm sorry, I got to take that back. 2 of the 4 U.S. representative races were women. Axel in the Des Moines area. And I cannot, I'm thinking it's Finkelman, I'm going to get the name wrong, I apologize, who is in the 1st Congressional District. Of course, it's just showing the strength of women in elected positions right now in Iowa. And just real quickly, you got to give your hats off to former Iowa State Senator Maggie Tinsman, the Republican from Bettendorf, who has been very strong in trying to get women to run for office. She helped coordinate a thing called 50-50 in 2020 with the hope of getting 50% female representation across the board in the year 2020. She fell below that, but she certainly didn't fail. We're seeing female candidates left and right making really strong progress in both Iowa and
some
Illinois.
Delegations doing far better than 50%. Well, Jim, thank you
Absolutely.
so much for spending some time with us. We're going to bring Josh in here. I was just kind of frantically looking for results to pull up. In the meantime, it does look like Illinois 71 is starting to report 134 votes for Tony McCombie. So we'll start filling you in on some of those results as we get them. Thank you very much, Jim. You have a good night. All right, I'm going to bring you some of these results here as we prep to bring Josh in. So this is what we're seeing on our dashboard. You can find this page quite simply by looking for WQAD.com/elections. As you can see here, the presidential race right at the top with Joe Biden leading with 122 electoral. Oh, here we go. I didn't hit. It helps if you hit switch. As you can see here, Joe Biden ahead with 122. Oh, okay. Here comes Josh. Let's bring him in. Hello, Josh. Can you hear me? Hello? Hold on. Let me see. Are we connected yet? Can you hear me now, Josh? Let's try that one more time. All right. We'll get there.
Why does it keep dropping?
Okay, we're trying to connect with
Luke,
Josh.
can
Hello,
you hear me?
Josh.
Luke, can you hear me?
Josh?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Hold
Can you
on
hear
one
me?
second. Let me try this. Oh, there you are. Hey.
Also, just a heads up, if we might be able to move it a little quicker,
nice.
we might have an
Very
interview
good.
with
Well,
Miller
Josh,
Meeks
you
here
are
at
live right now
8:40.
on YouTube and Facebook, I think. So say hello to everybody.
Hi, everybody. Josh Lamberty here at WQAD.
We're all
How is
doing
everybody
good.
doing tonight?
We were just on with Jim Mertens in the studio, giving us a look into his depth of knowledge and experience covering elections here in the Quad City area for many years. Josh, you are one of our newest reporters. You don't have that depth of experience. Can't hear
Luke,
me?
I
Okay,
can't hear
how
you.
about now? Let's try this. Can you hear me now, Josh? All right.
I can hear you now,
So
Luke.
we'll try it this way. I was just saying earlier that we were on the phone, or we were connected just now with Jim Mertens, one of our most experienced reporters and anchors here at News 8. He's covered tons of elections in his career here in the Quad Cities. This is your first, Josh, so what's it been like?
Yeah, Luke, it's been a whirlwind of an experience here. I've only, as you know, been on the job for a little over 2 months now. So it's been a lot packed into these first 2 months of me being on the job here with News 8. This is my first job after college, actually. So what a way to start a career. Luke, as we covered on Sunday, 2 months into me working here, I covered the President of the United States, President Trump, when he was in Dubuque on Sunday. So it's been a whirlwind, but it's been such a great experience trying to learn so much about the politics on both the Iowa and Illinois side
that's
of
great.
our viewing
tell
area.
me, what are you working on tonight? Where are you, and what are you doing?
Yeah, so we're here at the Riverside Casino. It's in Riverside, Iowa, and that's just south of Iowa City. So we're here with the Marionette Miller Meeks campaign. They're having a in-person event tonight. Rita Hart, her Democratic challenger, they are not holding an in-person event tonight, but I've still been in contact with their campaign as well, kind of trying to get a feel for how things are going, even though there aren't any members of our team at that campaign tonight. So far, we haven't seen Senator Miller Meeks yet. Hopefully, we'll be able to see her shortly after we're done with you. and we'd like to chat with her for just a little bit. But we were just inside a couple minutes ago here, and we did see several people, supporters for the Miller Meeks campaign. They're starting to gather, but the campaign tells me that they're not expecting a huge crowd, maybe only 30 to 40 people, just for social distancing in the banquet hall, and we'll see how many more people arrive tonight as the polls close at 9 o'clock.
Here. Can you hear me now? Okay, great.
I can still hear you.
And speaking with Jim just now, it struck me how tremendously weird this campaign season has been, particularly with regard to crowd sizes and that kind of retail politics that a lot of our local politicians generally would be doing out there, trying to gather a crowd to get the word out. That's not really something that most candidates are doing right now because of COVID-19, but you were actually at an event that was attended by probably thousands of people. We're talking about the Donald Trump Make America Great Again re-election campaign in Dubuque, Iowa. Talk about that experience and what it was like. First of all, you nearly found yourself getting blown off of the press riser.
Yes, we did. Both Shelby Kluver and I were there on Sunday, and being from Minnesota, I should have been more prepared. But we were almost blown right off the press risers. The wind was right in our face all day. It was quite the experience, to take in. It's quite surreal to see Air Force One land right in front of you and then watch the president walk right towards you from those press risers. It's definitely something I never expected I'd get to do in the first couple of months being on the job here. But yeah, you're very right. Those winds were really strong. It took that 40-degree day that I thought was going to be pretty nice, and it was some bone-chilling cold there.
And it was one of those days I was very happy that it was you and not me out there in the field.
I was really hoping it was going to be you, frankly.
Me some of the conversations that you've had, though, with voters, whether it was at the President Trump rally or throughout the day or throughout your election coverage here in the kind of final weeks of 2020 campaign.
Yeah, I'll start with the President Trump's rally on Sunday. We talked to a lot of folks that frankly say they just need to support the president. They need the president to know that folks came from all over the country and from outside of Iowa, frankly, to stand out in these cold temperatures. I spoke with one family who was there at 10 o'clock the night before the rally, just so that they could make sure that they were there. They wanted the president to know that they stand behind him, and that they want him to know that even though they came from different states, they fully support him and the direction that he's taken this country. Similarly, we did talk to others who aren't as necessarily concerned about the COVID-19 pandemic and praised the president's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And then similarly tonight, we're seeing a lot of supporters of the Miller Meeks campaign, really excited about where this campaign has gone so far. And they're really excited to see where the results go. I did talk to the campaign earlier this evening, and from what they told me, they expected the vast majority of the votes to come in today being Republican votes, or folks that do vote Republican to be the vast majority of the votes today. So they felt very confident when I spoke to them earlier this evening about where this campaign would go later tonight. But Luke, as you know, the results are not final until they're certified by the state. So just because we have some preliminary results tonight, it doesn't mean that everything is over tonight. They're still counting to be done.
Yeah, that's a great point. And so really, there are no early results to discuss yet for you, particularly because in Iowa people are still voting.
Right, right. Yeah, there's still about 15 minutes left in the polls before polls close in Iowa. So we don't have any of those preliminary results yet. But we should start seeing those trickle in. But we want to be very careful not to jump to too
Any
many
other stories
conclusions
this
tonight.
election cycle that you covered that you wanted to talk about here tonight?
You know, I think the biggest one really was
Yeah.
President Trump coming to Dubuque. That really was the biggest political story that I've covered
Yeah,
since
and
I
you
started.
start with the
you know,
president.
the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah. Where do you go from here?
Yeah, right. Right, exactly. And the COVID-19 pandemic has really dominated our coverage. And while it's not necessarily a political issue, we've certainly seen on both sides of the aisle it kind of being treated as one. The COVID-19 pandemic certainly has dominated the coverage that I've been able to provide for viewers here at News 8. But the icing on the cake really for me this election season was the rally that President Trump held in Dubuque on Sunday.
And this very live streaming interview that we're doing here as well, if I may say, I'm sure. You'll be back on TV at 10 for another live hit. Talk about what you're going to be doing from now until then.
Yeah, ideally, we'd love to. We're going to be trying to talk to some supporters from the Miller Meeks campaign. I'm going to be hopping on the phone here with the Rita Hart campaign shortly to try to see if they have any updates to how they're feeling about tonight, especially right after the polls close at 9 o'clock here in Iowa. I'm really hoping to see Senator Miller Meeks at some point tonight and be able to kind of chat with her about how she's feeling, and especially after the polls close as well. So yes, like you mentioned, we will be back live in the 10 o'clock, and we'll continue to bring you coverage as long as we are out here tonight.
Josh Lamberty, live right now in Riverside. Thank you so much for joining us here for this streaming program. It's been a treat. All right.
Thank you, Luke. I appreciate it.
Results once again. We actually have some to share with you now.
We're clear.
Let's see here. Wow. Okay, they're really starting to come in. Let's take a look. 24% of precincts are reporting in the Illinois State Representative 71. Looks like Tony McComey has a pretty good lead there right now. Let's see if I can give you a gander at what I am seeing. I'll just kind of scroll through these slowly so you can take a look. I mean, we have a range of reporting right now, but it's just good to see those numbers finally start to populate, and we're no longer staring at a bunch of goose eggs. We are starting to see votes being tallied in our area in some of those hot races. This is one that we've been looking ahead to, the U.S. House 17th District, the 17th Congressional District here in Illinois. That's Sherry Bustos, the incumbent, taking on challenger Esther Joy King, the Republican. It's looking like at 14% reporting, we have 56% of the votes going to the incumbent, 44% to Esther Joy King. This was just updated about 10 minutes ago. The Senate race has already been called for incumbent Richard Durbin right now at 49%, with just 24% reporting, but that's what we've got there. Oh, and then Liz and I talked about the Whiteside County local sales tax measure, with 43% of precincts reporting a pretty commanding lead for no at 72%. All right, I'm going to bring up some stories that we brought you in our 2020 election coverage. We've got some pretty nice stuff prepared for you. So if you'll just bear with me here as I work my way around the switcher here. I think that this is a compilation of stories on the topic of, oh right, what's on the ballot. Now, let's see here. Okay. It's a really good video. I promise you. Let's get it going, and I'll be back with you in about 5 minutes. So, please, for your viewing pleasure, enjoy.
That will impact virtually every family in Illinois, how much income tax you pay to the state.
It's on the ballot, and the governor claims voting yes to the change will save you money. So tonight, News 8's Josh Lamberty set out to answer your questions.
We're verifying some of the most frequently asked questions and claims about the graduated tax proposal on the ballot in Illinois. Our sources are the amendment itself and Kent Redfield, Professor Emeritus from the University of Illinois Springfield. The first claim from Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker says that under the graduated income tax, 97% of Illinoisans would receive some form of tax relief. Under the proposed tax brackets, people making less than $100,000 a year would pay 4.9%, but that's only 0.05% less than under the current flat tax. So doing the math, if you make $50,000, you're saving $25 a year.
But if you file as an individual, make $250,000 or less, you are going to either see no change or you're going to see a modest decrease.
So under the fair tax plan, only 3% of people will be paying a higher tax rate, but the rest, 97%, will see either a small change or no change at all. Next, does this mean that the Illinois legislature can make changes to the tax rates without putting it to a vote? The short answer, yes.
This is a power that's vested in the legislature.
This change is on the ballot because it's an amendment to the state's constitution, but any modifications to the rates or brackets wouldn't require another vote. And finally, does a graduated tax affect retirement income? The Illinois Department of Revenue says no. The Illinois Income Tax Act still applies, allowing taxpayers to subtract retirement income, like pensions and Social Security, from their state taxable income each year. With your Verify, I'm Josh Lamberty.
And if you see something you want us to verify, let us know. Send the details to verify@WQAD.com.
We're covering everything you need to know about the 2020 presidential election because it's your voice, your vote. So if you live in Iowa, you have a pretty rare question on your ballot this year. It asks, shall there be a convention to revise the Constitution and propose amendment or amendments to the same? First, let's go over why this question is on the ballot. Every 10 years, Iowans have the chance to vote for a constitutional convention so lawmakers could present new amendments or changes to the current state constitution. This question is automatically put on the ballot once a decade. If voters say yes to a convention, they'll then get to vote on any changes. Only 3 constitutional conventions have ever been held: 1844, 1846, and 1857. The past 5 times Iowans have had to vote on this question, they voted no. At the Constitutional Convention, lawmakers can propose any changes from courts to the state legislature to money and individual rights. Many political experts say voters should only consider a convention if they feel the current state constitution is fundamentally flawed somehow. We have more information for you as we head into the final days before Election Day. It's all in our voter guide on WQAD.com and the News 8 app. I'm Catherine Bowers. Stay safe and remember to vote. We're covering everything you need to know about the 2020 presidential election because it's your voice, your vote. So if you live in Rock Island County, you'll notice a unique question at the end of your ballot. This question is only for Rock Island County voters. It asks, should the Illinois General Assembly protect a citizen's right to keep and bear arms as defined by the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution? Let's get into the background of where this initiative comes from and what it means. We spoke with Rock Island County Republican leaders who say the Illinois General Assembly has passed unconstitutional gun control laws in recent years. They say these bills put restrictions on gun owners and dealers and violated their Second and Fourth Amendment rights under the United States Constitution. Now remember, the Second Amendment protects the right to bear arms, and the Fourth Amendment protects people from unreasonable searches and seizures by the government. The Rock Island County GOP says several bills restrict the types of guns people can possess and implement waiting periods to buy certain types of guns. And last year, Rock Island County Republicans made a push to make Rock Island County a gun sanctuary, along with 40 other counties in the state. That measure never got much traction and never passed with the county board. So now Rock Island County Republicans say they want to send a message to Springfield. That's what they say a yes vote on this proposal will do. It'll tell state lawmakers not to impede on people's Second and Fourth Amendment rights. Bottom line, this proposal won't change any laws or require lawmakers to do anything. However, supporters say it's time to tell Springfield to stop stepping on gun rights. We have more information for you about this year's election on our website and the News 8 app. It's all in our voter guide. I'm Catherine Bauer. Stay safe and remember to vote.
Okay, can you hear me now? I think my mic might have been turned off there for a minute, but I think those guys did a far better job of explaining some of the things that were on the ballot than I have so far. I'm going to go ahead and bring up some results that we are watching again here. Let's bring up the presidential race again for a little bit, just because we have seen a little bit of movement here. And I do understand that more Rock Island County results finally coming in as well. But here's the state of the race right now according to the AP balance of power rankings. As you can see, some of the, as Jim and I were talking about earlier, you know, on the East Coast, we see a number of these blue states once again coming through for former Vice President Joe Biden, while Florida and Georgia, these southern states, really leaning heavily toward Donald Trump, some of them in the cases of these states here in the dark red already having been called. And when you add them up, these are the current estimates in the Electoral College. 131 to 92. Now, I do believe that we're starting to get some local results, so I want to bring that to you as we are getting those in. All right. Hot races. Let's check out Rock Island County, shall we? More of these results coming in now, slowly but surely. As we click down the clock toward 9 p.m. and polls close in the state of Iowa. Let's see some more of our hot races, as pointed out by our News 8 staff. Some of these, again, are not coming in yet. Maybe I can Just regrouping here a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for bearing with me. We are planning to bring in Maggie Wedlake, who is live for us right now at the Scott County Auditor's Office as the polls close in Iowa. The clock is ticking down. I read 8:59, so about a minute left to go, although I do understand that if you are in line, if there is a long line at your polling place, I think you can still get in as long as you arrive there right at 9 on the dot. But so far, I'm not hearing any reports of long lines. We'll have to ask Maggie when we bring her in here. All right, everybody. Thank you for bearing with me. It's now 9 o'clock and polls are closing in the state of Iowa. We're going to be bringing on our News 8 reporter, Maggie Wedlake, who is live right now at the Scott County Auditor's Office, one of the polling places. Let's see if we can connect with her right now. Hi, Maggie, can you hear me? Okay, I'm just going to bring you into the live stream right now. How are you doing this evening? Thank you for joining us.
We're doing good. Yeah, we just wrapped up voting here in Iowa. We watched the last voter come through and cast his ballot. They're wrapping things up now. They just announced to the public that the general election voting is over. I'm down at the Waterfront Convention Center in Bettendorf. They actually had 3 different precincts inside here. They spaced them out inside the ballroom so that voters could vote spread out.
I was wondering, because covering early voting, the last day of early voting, and even into the weekend, we saw long lines at the Scott County Auditor's Office. Actually, I got some wrong information. I thought you were there. No lines, though, tonight. That's what I'm hearing in both Rock Island County and Scott County.
Yeah, election officials told me that there were not really any lines today at all. It was very easy in and out. Voters that came through told us the same thing.
That's good to know, because, do we know how many polling locations we had in Scott County? It's quite a few, right? More than even Rock Island County, I believe.
I'm not actually sure that number. I just know the number of precincts that were here
and
tonight.
They were able to
this was our second stop.
Talk about what you saw here tonight.
Correct, yeah.
How the election officials and volunteers were able to help maintain social distancing. A lot of people wearing masks. I see you're wearing your mask.
Yep, yeah, definitely. All the volunteers here, election officials, precinct captains, they all had their masks on. Most of the people we saw come through had their masks on as well. There's markers on the floor to space out the voters. The booths were all spread apart. A plexiglass between people taking information and voters coming through. All very safe and sanitary to make sure that people could cast their votes while staying safe.
I've seen you going live on TV here in the conference room at WQAD upstairs. I'm watching our TV broadcast as well. So I just saw you up on the screen. Talk about what you've been reporting at 5, 6, 6:30 and our cut-ins throughout the night. What is your story tonight? Oh,
yeah, so
right.
I was actually producing earlier today. I worked on the shows. Yeah, so I actually was kind of on the back half of it, communicating with reporters that were out in the field. I was in the station today, kind of putting things together, listening to them as they kind of had things roll through. And then I got out here into the field about 6, 7:30, around there, came right down here, and we were just kind of focusing on these voters coming through. Actually, both the voters we talked to happened to be first-time voters, so they chatted with us about why they kind of decided to vote and why they thought it was important to do so this year. They did not share that piece of the puzzle. They did say, though, that they felt it was important this year to get involved and make sure that their voices were heard.
So it's still too early for results. What are we hearing from election officials right now in terms of when we might actually start getting some of those results in and understanding who might be winning those hot races that we are watching tonight?
Yeah, of course. So election officials told me earlier this week that around 9 p.m. Right now, they'll start putting those ballots into the machines, counting them. Starting around 9:15, you can expect results to kind of start rolling through. They'll be updating those every 15 minutes to kind of keep those numbers updated and rolling through the system, but not really to expect much of anything until about 9:30 and really even later from there on out.
I was speaking with one of our most experienced reporters and anchors on the team. Jim Mertens joined the live stream just about a half hour ago or so, and he told me that this is a very odd election cycle, totally unprecedented, very weird in large part because, you know, we're facing a global pandemic right now and trying to do our civic and democratic duty. I'd just like to ask you too, I mean, this is your first year on the job. This is your first major election that you're covering. What has it been like for you to cover a major election in the midst of a pandemic?
Yeah, I mean, it's been really great. I think all things considering, it's like you said, it's a weird time to be learning how to do this, but it's a weird time to be doing everything. I mean, everyone's adjusting. The voters are adjusting. We're adjusting to how we're doing things. I did cover something during the primary when I was still in school, and I mean, it was big crowds, and you're up on a stage with a bunch of other reporters. Now it's kind of just, you know, you're on your own, keeping your distance, everything like that. So that piece of the puzzle is definitely different. It's not really the crowds and the meeting candidates and things like that. Much more virtual, keeping to yourself.
You are actually a
those
producer
lines.
and a reporter, so kind of a double threat. Talk about covering this election in both of those two roles. What has that been like for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. Like you said, you get to kind of see both pieces of the puzzle, what goes into everything that goes into the newscast, as well as kind of getting to be a part of it on air. And producing, definitely, it's very quick, and it's been exciting to, you know, kind of watch things roll in, Trump's coronavirus diagnosis, things like that, kind of getting things quickly into the newscast and figuring it out. Whereas tonight, you know, I'm out in the field, I'm reporting, getting to kind of have a plan, stick with it, but also update things as they come and go.
What's been probably one of the more memorable stories that you've done this year that you think you might look back on your first year reporting and say, wow, that was quite something?
Yeah, it was just actually a couple weeks ago. I traveled to Mercer County. I talked with them about their election, how things were planning to go there. They're a much smaller county here in Illinois, and they were telling me that although they are a smaller county, they still have these insane number of absentee ballots coming in, vote by mail ballots coming in, and a lot less people to count them. And so I talked with election officials there kind of just about what they were doing to combat that. And it was very interesting to kind of hear that piece of the puzzle coming from here, where we were at Rock Island County and they had 8 different booths just in the office downtown that you could vote with. There was one booth set up in a hallway that I went and saw that voters were coming through to use there.
You really get to meet people doing this work on the ground who have a passion for elections, right? For democracy. I know it sounds maybe a little high-handed, but you've got to gain a lot of respect for folks that do this on a volunteer or public servant type of basis.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think everyone you encounter that's working, they're just excited to be here. They're excited to be a part of the process, like you said. It's exciting that we get this right. And I think that they're mostly just excited to watch the voters come through. Voters are excited to come through, and I think to get to interact with the people that are putting this on and, you know, like you said, volunteering their time and their energy to make sure that it runs smoothly.
Well,
everyone's just in pretty good
spirits. You're going to be live for us once again tonight at 10, right? And so what are you... Okay.
Correct,
so
yes. I'll be down at the Scott County Auditor's Office.
What kind of information are you going to try and get for us for 10 tonight? If you can give us a bit of a preview.
Yeah, so we've got about an hour or so, a little less than that until then. Hopefully we'll see some of those numbers rolling through for the county, for the state, that we can kind of update you guys on and keep you in the know on where we're standing around that point.
Thank you so much for joining us here on the live stream. It's been a pleasure chatting with you, and we'll be seeing you again on the TV at 10 o'clock. All right, see you later.
Fantastic.
So that was Maggie in Bettendorf at the Waterfront Center. I do believe she said that there were 3 precincts there all at once. People coming from various parts of the county in order to cast their ballots. And when it comes to casting your ballot, well, there are a number of ways to have done so in this election cycle, but they are all closed to you now as the polls closed at 9, right? But we have a couple of reports here throughout this very odd election cycle, 2020, unlike any before. And I want to actually bring you yet another one of these reporting montages, if you will. We'll talk about how to cast your ballot, how to track your ballot in the mail if you chose to send in your vote by mail, early voting numbers, clearing up confusion about ballot applications, and finally, how the post office is actually handling this influx of mail-in ballots. So we'll see how smoothly I can get this rolling here, and the seamless transition will be very impressive, I am sure. Let's check it out.
We're covering everything you need to know about the 2020 presidential election because it's your voice, your vote. If you're voting by mail, you may want to track your ballot to make sure it arrives at your precinct. If you're an Iowa voter, just visit the Secretary of State's website, sos.iowa.gov. Click Track Your Absentee Ballot on the right side. They'll also ask you to provide a few details about yourself and then tell you whether your ballot has been received. For Illinois voters, it's a bit more complicated because there's no statewide tracking available. It comes all down to your county and how they want to handle tracking. For Rock Island County residents, there's a PDF on the county clerk's website. It updates frequently with ballot status reports. To see how you can track your ballot, click on the story under the voter guide on WQAD.com or on the News 8 app. I'm Catherine Bauer. Stay safe and remember to vote.
Early voting numbers continue to break records across the country, and News 8's Shelby Kluver looks at a milestone Iowa's recently passed and a new early voting site in Scott County. It's part of Your Voice, Your Vote coverage at 6.
With just 2 weeks to go until Election Day,
we've got a great track record. Iowans take voting very seriously. We're one of the top states in the country when it comes to voter participation.
Early voting records are still being shattered across the United States. Here in Iowa, more than 500,000 people have already voted.
We're trending very solidly, and Scott County will be one of those counties that will have a higher turnout, I'm sure.
The state has seen nearly 800,000 absentee ballot requests, more than double this date in 2016. Of those requests, almost 50,000 are from Scott County.
Polling sites have had to probably change in almost all the counties. So please put a good plan in to how you're going to vote successfully.
For us, the early voting is essential because it gives our students really easy access to the voting process.
Here at St. Ambrose, a 5th Scott County satellite site has been opened.
Just another opportunity for us to get our students registered to vote and then also make sure that election day we don't have huge lines.
The location is only open for early voting until Friday. But the university says they didn't have an early voting option back in 2012, which led to extremely long lines on Election Day.
Obviously, with the pandemic going on, we don't want a lot of people close proximity. We don't want to have people standing outside in case the weather's bad. So, trying to lessen those lines was whatever we could do.
Scott County voters can also cast their ballots at the Auditor's Office, Bettendorf Community Center, Eldridge Library, Davenport's Fairmont Branch Library, and the Eastern Avenue Branch. In Davenport, Shelby Kluver, WQAD News 8.
Absentee ballot applications are causing confusion in Rock Island County. The clerk says she's received hundreds of calls from voters who received applications from outside sources. News 8's Maggie Wedlake now explains that it's part of Your Voice, Your Vote coverage.
If you've received one of these in the Rock Island County Clerk's office is saying you should ignore it because it isn't actually an absentee ballot for the election this fall.
You would put your name in here and address.
Going over the absentee ballot application for Rock Island County, Don Johnston explains vote by mail.
You would sign it, and of course this is all official for them to fill out.
Step by step, guiding how the process works.
If it doesn't come from your county clerk or your voting agency, then I wouldn't pay a lot of attention to it.
Political organizations and groups often sending out vote by mail information around the election. But the county says these aren't legitimate mailings and do not guarantee you an absentee ballot. Rather, only cards directly from the county clerk do.
People or organizations will send them out, and they'll have them come back to them or one spot or are collected, and then Lord knows how they're voted.
Some of these organizations forward on your ballot requests to the county clerk, while others may not. And since there is no way to tell, it's best to not use them.
Even if they are legitimate and found a way to send these ballots out, it could be that they're held up somewhere.
The Rock Island County Clerk said in a statement that these faulty vote-by-mail cards will usually have wrong information, like a return address outside of the county. It's not illegal, but it is confusing, and calls into question what will happen to your vote in November.
Hopefully it'll be a smooth election.
The Rock Island County Clerk's office declined to comment to News 8, but in a release statement said to be on the lookout only for official mailing from their office. In Rock Island, Maggie Wedlake, WQAD News 8.
Election Day is only about 2 months away, but concerns have been brewing nationally about how the United States Postal Service is going to handle an influx of mail-in ballots. News 8's Catherine Bauer joins us live in Rock Island to tell us how our local election officials are dealing with those challenges. Catherine.
Yeah, good morning, Angie. The county clerk staff here in Rock Island County has already been working overtime processing tens of thousands of ballot request forms, and they say they've been getting most of them by mail, but the county clerk tells me she has no concerns about how the USPS will handle this big task. Election season is starting to ramp up, campaign signs going up in yards and lots of mail. But worries about the United States Postal Service have also been ramping up, that they're understaffed and underfunded with an influx of mail-in voting.
I'm saying we have no issues with the Postal Service, but what we're learning in elections is every day there's a new nuance.
Scott County Auditor Roxana Moritz runs the elections here. She says she hasn't seen any cause for concern.
But it is my responsibility and my job to make sure that I have a watchful eye on the national narrative. Does it trickle down to the local narrative?
Moritz says it's business as usual here at her office, sending out these ballot request forms, getting them back in the mail, and processing them to send out ballots in October.
They have worked very well with us. We've seen no slowdown with the mail.
Rock Island County Clerk Karen Kinney says she's seen more ballot request forms than usual, already double what she saw in 2016. But she says people still have fears about mail-in voting.
There's doubt in people's minds. They're scared to use the mailbox because they're afraid that their application will be lost in the mail or maybe not sent for whatever reason.
Kinney says they've seen mail moving quickly so far, and she encourages people to vote by mail and to vote early. That would mean more people could stay home on Election Day and alleviate the risk of spreading COVID-19 by voting in person.
I'm not only worried about the voters when it comes to that, but I'm also worried about my election judges. And I believe the election judges are concerned about that too.
I would say mail it right away. If you're waiting to hear something, obviously just don't wait till the last minute.
Working to ensure this election goes as smoothly as possible to make people's voices heard. Now, the county clerk here in Rock Island is putting up a new drop box out here outside the county offices where you can take your completed ballot and submit it that way if you do have concerns about mailing it back in. Over in Scott County, you can also drop off a completed ballot at the admin building on 4th Street there in Davenport starting October 5th.
Two of our area counties are preparing for the election this November very differently. For example, in Scott County, fewer volunteers are needed to work the polls as more people are expected to send their ballots in the mail. But as News 8's Marissa Sulek explains for us tonight, that's also the same reason that Rock Island County is asking for more volunteers. Is your voice your vote coverage?
On Election Day, it's these people you can count on, like Lyle Roseman.
I want to make sure everybody's vote counts, no matter Democrat, Republican, or Independent.
He's an election chair in Scott County, and this year, that's a select few.
I have plenty of poll workers.
County Auditor Roxana Moritz says for general elections, she needs around 350 poll workers. But this election, that number is closer to 250.
And because we're expecting so many early requests and then ballots being sent out, our poll workers won't be as much in demand.
So far, Scott County has 35,000 requests for mail-in ballots.
We're really expecting that we'll see probably 2/3 of our election in early voting.
This election drop box was installed outside the Rock Island County Clerk's office just this week. And they say they need more election judges to go through the ballots put through here.
As many as we can get.
Rock Island County Clerk Karen Kinney says because of mail-in ballots, she needs more workers.
Election judges are used to process the absentee, and we're swamped with absentee. We have over 20,000 so far.
Those thousands of mail-in ballot requests sit in these boxes.
And then we check the back and we check the signature.
They're also what election judge Catherine Larison has to look through.
Pull up, okay.
Kinney says some election judges won't sign up this year due to their age.
And many of them are afraid to come into this situation with COVID, and I don't blame them.
A need for workers voters can count on. Their vote count. In Rock Island, Marissa Sulek, WQAD News 8.
But both counties say they are still taking applicants for people to become election judges.
I always forget to turn this thing back on. Can you hear me now? Boy, that vote collection box sure looks familiar. I did a couple of live shots there this week, and once again we saw News 8's Andrea Flores there live tonight on the stream. Thanks once again to all of you joining us on YouTube and on Facebook for this News 8 election night stream. And I'm going to go ahead and bring up our results page on our website one more time as we look again to some of the hot races in our area. I'm seeing more results starting to come in. We look at the president just up here above, and let's move right on down to some of the races in Rock Island County. Now I know that Scott County and the state of Iowa just closed moments ago at 9 p.m., but it's still going to take some time before we start seeing those results. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at what we have here in Illinois. As in some races, we have as much as 70% of precincts reporting like the 71st congressional, the state congressional district, where Tony McCombie, the incumbent, has a very comfortable lead over challenger Joan Padilla. This, I believe, is another rematch. Wow, looks like Glenn Evans has got a pretty sizable lead over incumbent Mike Halpin in Illinois 72, this state representative race. Let's see, 46% of precincts reporting there. And Esther Joy King has a lead over Sherry Bustos in House 17 with 49% of precincts reporting. 45% of precincts reporting in the Rock Island County Second Amendment measure on the ballot. Now, we talked about that earlier tonight. This is, again, kind of one of those advisory type measures that doesn't really have any binding power, but meant more to send a message, and with it passing, or at this point looking set to pass at 92%, definitely a message appears to be sent from that. We'll just go ahead and go through these county board seats as well. I'd like to kind of scroll through these slowly so you can take a look at how these are all looking for you. The Rock Island County State's Attorney race, where challenger Kathleen Bailey appears ahead of the current state's attorney, Dora Villarreal, with 64% of the votes cast right now and 45% of precincts reporting. I want to see if I can bring up my PowerPoint presentation again. Because I have some more detail on some of these races that I didn't get to earlier. Again, this race has already been called. I don't think that it was really in contention, but Dick Durbin will coast to another 6-year term in the U.S. Senate. In the 16th Congressional District, I believe that we're still waiting on results here, but Adam Kinzinger really is expected to win this race. I don't think it's going to be really particularly competitive. Yeah, really expected to be a pretty easy win for the incumbent. He won with like nearly 60% of the vote in 2018. Now, this looks like it could be shaping up to be a hotter race than we expected. Sherry Bustos, the incumbent Democratic Congresswoman, was expected to take this race quite easily, I think, coming into it. This is the 17th Congressional District, which includes Rock Island County and some surrounding counties. But, you know, while Rock Island County proper is a kind of bastion of Democratic support, many of those collar counties did break for Donald Trump in 2016 and have been reliably Republican. So this could actually end up being a tighter race than we might have first expected, although I'm not sure which precincts in particular are reporting right now. It could be that outer, more Republican-leaning counties have reported first, and we're still waiting on Rock Island County, but we don't know at this point, and we'll just have to continue to watch that as more precincts come in. We talked about Tony McComey, who is the incumbent, and I also wanted to just kind of show you, because it's one thing to see what number district, but it's another to actually kind of get a geographical understanding of where that is. So as you can see, this is the 71st, this is the Illinois State House of Representatives District 71. Glenn Evans coming out to an early lead over incumbent Mike Halpin of the Illinois House of Representatives District 72 right now. We'll check back in on those results as they come. And the fair tax amendment, or the Illinois Allow for Graduated Income Tax Amendment, a yes vote supporting repealing the state's constitutional requirement that the state personal income tax be a flat rate, and instead allow the state to enact legislation for a graduated income tax, while a no vote would oppose this constitutional amendment, thus continuing to require that the state personal income tax actually be a flat rate. We talked to reporter and anchor Elizabeth Wattis earlier tonight, who mentioned that that current rate is set at 4.95%, and if this passes, it has to pass again with a 60% vote threshold. That would allow the introduction of a graduated income tax and give the Illinois legislature the ability to adjust personal income tax. Oh yeah, this is another contested race. Thomas Kilbride, the judge on the Illinois Supreme Court. He's been there since the year 2000, but with the term ending this cycle, he's up for a retention vote. And I think this is another one of those 60% threshold races. There has been a pretty concerted effort, a campaign on the part of, I believe, more conservative-leaning political activists in our area to try to vote him out of there. Oh, and I'm just getting word that we might be starting to get results out of Iowa. So I'd love to look into that in just a moment. These are the sheriff's races in our area. I don't know that we have any, hold on, let's see. I don't know that we have any results here yet, but once again, these are the sheriff's races in our area. And then some of the referendums, or referenda, right? Now, this next slide is fun. We have gotten some photos and things like this from viewers like you, people who voted. This is Danielle Pratt, who voted together with her son, and says that he loved getting to talk about the process and getting a sticker at the end. You know, we all love getting the I voted sticker. It's fun to have one of those. If you vote early, though, or by absentee ballot, I don't think you get one. That's what I did, and I didn't get one. Here we have a photo provided to us from Ian Milligan and Connor and Kaylin Rogers, encouraging participation of people passing by. So you can see those signs there: honk, vote, and have a nice day. This was, let's see, provided by Ian Milligan and Connor and Kaylin Rogers' family, so this is very nice. Thrilled with each and every honk. That's great. By the way, I should have mentioned this to you earlier. You can get our election results sent straight to your phone. All you have to do is text results to 309-736-3229. It's a simple way to get results, once again, sent straight to your phone. So if you're someone who doesn't like to sit around on Twitter or watching wall-to-wall network or cable coverage of the election, you just say, hey, you know, I just want to get the Clip Notes version. I don't need to get into all the detail or the minutia. Just send me the text. Although you probably wouldn't be watching this if you weren't at least somewhat interested. And, you know, I've actually got another video compilation of News 8's 2020 election coverage, an election unlike any other. Let's see if I can just find it here on my cheat sheet. I do believe our next compilation is, this is a really good one. This one is all about making the decision, right? And, well, I know that there are a lot of folks out there that saw that first debate between President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden, and were not exactly impressed with the performance. But others just tuned in because it was fun and purely for entertainment. Yeah, I wouldn't blame you. It was entertaining to watch, that's for sure. So why don't we go ahead and crank this up.
Well, here in the Quad Cities,
just jumped the gun there a little bit. Once again, a compilation of really cool stories that we brought to you in the run-up to the 2020 election. This is Making the Decision.
some voters say they will tune in to tonight's debate, but not to learn more about any issues. News 8's Marissa Sulik explains it's new tonight at 5.
Will you be watching the debate tonight, Mark?
No.
You sure?
Positive.
While voters like Mark Davis have picked their candidates,
And I want to see if they can find out how much $750 goes in your taxes.
Others are concerned about certain issues.
For entertainment, right, definitely. I can't wait to see how Trump acts.
But for some, tonight's presidential debate is for their own enjoyment.
This could set the tone for the next month.
St. Ambrose instructor PJ Foley says he expects lots of voters to tune in, even more than 2016.
Last time there was 84 million viewers. I foresee that we're probably going to be upwards of 90 million viewers for this, just because of the intensity between both presidential campaigns and everything that has been going on throughout the country over the past 6 to 7 months.
Right now, Foley says around 8 to 9% of voters are independent and still need to make their decision between President Donald Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden.
You have many issues that are out there, the coronavirus, racial tensions, and it's politics. It's the presidential year, and so everybody, it's the race for the White House.
And with 1 million early voting ballots cast before the first debate, Foley says majority of voters have already decided.
And yeah, it's going to be entertaining, and I'm just very curious if they get into a dogfight or whether they really put out their platforms, which I hope they do. They have two different platforms, and let the American people choose.
Whether people tune in for entertainment or to figure out their vote, tonight will set the stage for the month ahead. In Moline, Marissa Sulek, WQAD News 8.
The night got off to a slow start with technical glitches keeping both candidates from being able to answer questions. Senator Ernst took the first question on Trump's visit to Des Moines yesterday.
Everyone in Iowa has the decision to make. Do they want to attend an event or do they want to watch it on television?
The senator saying she believes Iowans know how to make the right decision. COVID-19 stimulus packages also addressed.
She refused to support expanding unemployment benefits and providing paid sick leave. It was a fight for her.
Ernst then fielded questions on health care and the Affordable Care Act.
What we have seen under Obamacare, while it did increase access to insurance, what it did not do was control the cost of health care.
Greenfield disagreeing.
We have to make sure that we're strengthening and enhancing the Affordable Care Act, protecting Medicaid expansion, which will help keep those rural hospitals and rural health clinics open.
The debate moved on to systemic racism. Ernst saying she doesn't believe there is systemic racism across the board in our country.
That you will find racist individuals in those systems, but I don't believe that entire systems of people are racist.
Greenfield responded to Ernst's statement, where Ernst argued that Greenfield supports defunding the police.
Discussing systemic racism does not mean that any one individual is a racist, but rather that we have to take a look at the discrimination across our system.
Both candidates at the end of the night making one last plea for Iowa's votes.
I'll never forget who I am, where I'm from, and who I'm fighting for.
I want to continue fighting for Iowans, and I am humbly asking for your support on November 3rd.
In Davenport, Maggie Wedlake, WQAD News 8.
So much for joining us tonight. Voters in Iowa will have a big say in the presidential election this year, especially if you're in what are called pivot counties. That is a county that voted for President Obama in 2012, but then switched to President Trump in 2016. News 8's Marissa Sulek tonight has your voice, your vote coverage.
And you can pick any one of those tables.
All right.
These Clinton County voters have the power to alter this election, but they might not know it.
Actually, I don't know what a pivot county is.
Clinton County is a pivot county. It's a place where voters chose President Obama in 2008 and 2012, but Donald Trump 4 years ago. It's one of 31 counties that you see in orange in the state of Iowa. Many surround Scott County. And on the Illinois side, it's 11 counties, most circle Rock Island County.
We just count the votes.
Eric Van Lanker, Clinton County auditor, says he's proud of Clinton County voters for that reason.
Because it shows that our voters really discriminate their ballot.
It doesn't matter if the nominee is a Democrat or Republican. He says they pick the person to represent them best.
We've always had a lot more no party, people registered as no party, than either Democrat or Republican.
But over here, you have to fight for those no party people.
The county's Republican Party chairman, Dan Smicker, says no party voters will control this election. And the Clinton County election website shows that's more than 13,000 voters.
Most no party people want to know two things. Number one, what do you stand for? What is your policies and how is it going to affect me?
With more voters requesting a mail-in ballot this year, Van Linker says they have more time to choose wisely.
And it allows them to sit there at home and they can, Google questions, or they can Google the candidates and see, who's right for them.
Now, since 1972, Iowa has been a true swing state. They've chosen the Republican nominee 6 times and the Democratic nominee 6 times. Reporting in Clinton, Marissa Sulek, WQAD News 8.
The auditor's office wants to remind mail-in voters to sign the yellow line on the ballot's envelope.
4 local organizations have formed a coalition to increase voter awareness. The American Association of Women, Progressive Action for the Common Good, Quad City National Organization for Women, and Alliance for Retired Americans have joined to host a series of virtual town halls. The online meetings will give Quad City residents an opportunity to learn about the issues and candidates in the area.
We believe in the power of the vote, and we also believe that this power can be exercised when the voter has the most knowledge and information on the candidates and the issues, and that's why we have organized these events.
The next town hall will celebrate the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment and discuss Social Security issues. Scheduled for this Tuesday, the 18th, from 5 to 6 p.m., U.S. Senator Joni Ernst and her opponent, Teresa Greenfield, have been invited to answer questions with Rita Hart and Marinette Miller-Meeks from Iowa's 2nd District. For more information or to pre-register for the event, you can check out the link on our website. The meetings will also be posted on Coalition social media pages after the event. Hello again. I think I would get the hang of this at some point. Okay, once again, so that was a compilation of stories we called Making the Decision. Stories on the Trump-Biden debate, whether that was actually for entertainment or information. And another interesting concept of pivot counties in our area. I mean, most of the counties surrounding Rock Island and Scott County would fall under that category of having voted in large measure for Barack Obama in 2008 and 2012, and then pivoting to President Trump in 2016, and pivotal in many ways in his election victory in 2016. And of course, very important for him to carry once again if he hopes to win Iowa. Illinois, on the other hand, has already been called in favor of Joe Biden. But why don't we get into the presidential race right now a little bit? So let's take a look at this balance of power map. This is available on the WQAD website. I encourage you to check it out if you're interested in playing around with an interactive map like this. And you can see right now where the president is ahead in Florida. This has still not been called for his campaign, but South Carolina has, with 52% of the expected vote in. That's really not a surprise. Most of these that have been called for the president, not a big surprise at this point. These tighter races that a lot of folks have been looking at, still leaning toward the president again. He carried these states in 2016, which helped him win. States of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. It looks like all of these are leaning toward the president right now, which would bode well for his re-election. Illinois, right here, with its 20 electoral votes and 61% of precincts reporting, has been called for Joe Biden. Iowa, with its 6 electoral votes. Let's see how many votes are in right now. Looks like Joe Biden is leading right now, but I can't see how many. Oh, okay, here we go. With 46% of precincts reporting. Joe Biden ahead. Why don't we get right into Scott County? Wow, this is interesting. You can really get into some detail here. Joe Biden with 37,790 votes, or nearly 60%, and Donald Trump with nearly 25,000 votes for 39%. I don't want to cover up too much of the information here. Can you see everything? So yeah, here's Scott County. Votes are in. Clinton County with, it says 0% precincts reporting, but it's really interesting the level of detail that you can get into. Let's bring it back out to the presidential race once again. Let's take another look at this map. So this is a map that's kind of meant to like represent the size of each state in accordance with its electoral vote count, and this one shows you their geographic size. But you can have some fun with this. WQAD.com/elections-2020 map. Go through and make your own predictions. Click through the Senate, House, governor races, and more right here on WQAD.com. I do want to just bring you one more compilation of our coverage in 2020. One of the craziest election cycles even our veteran reporters and anchors have seen. This is all about campaigns. I think that there might be a story or two reported by yours truly.
There's now a store in Davenport. People can stock up.
Get it going. Oh, you can see it right here.
Up for the election with all kinds of ways to support President Trump. News 8's Marissa Sulik explains how the Trump shop popped up in our area. It's new tonight at 5.
Well, when we heard about it, we were like, well, you gotta be kidding.
If it weren't for these flags, you might miss this storefront off Kimberly Road.
In all the presidents that we've had, I've never known of stores like this to happen.
It has everything to fill your house and wardrobe. Feather dusters, watches, hats, wine glasses, even something to clean your toilet.
Well, that's for draining the swamp. When they drain the swamp to clean up the mess.
John Joyce, and you're not from here, right?
No.
Where are you from?
I'm a South Carolina boy.
Is the man behind the counter at the Davenport Trump shop.
Good friend of mine, they said, I got a store opening. Would you like to come and work? And I was like, hey, I ain't never been to Iowa, so why not?
He says the company out of Florida sets up shops like this one across the country. And whether it's this punching pen, or a stress ball, John says customers buy it all.
Oh, we got a banner and a couple pins, and you got a hat.
It's a little bit of everything, but flags are the most. You know, people like, I look at a flag as a way of speaking your mind without saying a word.
Now, whether it's this money wallet or the sock with the comb included, the collection here just keeps growing. And John says there's another shipment coming today. Reporting in Davenport, Marissa Sulek, WQAD News 8.
And the Trump shop will stay open until Election Day.
But they say, why Iowa? And I say, well, I'll tell you one thing about Iowa.
Joe Biden in Muscatine
is you all take it really seriously.
Telling Iowa voters this might be their most important caucus ever.
The next president of the United States has to be ready on day one.
He said the U.S. can maybe handle 4 years under President Trump.
But 8 years of Donald Trump will fundamentally change the character of who we are as a country. And you can't let that happen. We can't let that happen.
It seems to be the #1 issue on his mind, beating President Trump in the general.
I think he's the one that can beat him.
And that's important to you?
That's important. Very important.
I think that we need more of. Important to voters, too, deciding who to caucus for.
Biden is the one that can bring us back where we need to be as a country. So,
are you ready to caucus for him?
I am.
Though not everybody here has decided on Biden.
No.
I admire him, I respect him, but I think my heart and my voter with Mayor Pete.
The days on the campaign trail are numbered.
So let's get the heck up and take it back now. Now.
Now is the time to get people fired up and bring more supporters to his camp.
When you came in here,
We weren't sure. We had a couple that we were thinking about, but made the decision. Joe's the one.
There's at least one more he can count on caucus night. In Muscatine, Luke Cleary, WQAD News 8.
In Your Voice, Your Vote coverage on this Tuesday morning. We are just 3 weeks away from the 2020 general election, and tonight the Scott County Republicans are hosting their annual Ronald Reagan dinner. News 8's Catherine Bauer joins us live to tell us what tonight's event could mean as we enter the final stretch to Election Day. Catherine?
Hey, good morning, Angie. The event is happening here at the Waterfront Convention Center. Doors open at 5 o'clock tonight. Ticket sales are closed now, and Scott County Republicans say they're taking extra precautions with COVID. They have only about 203 people coming here tonight with less than 10 people per table. Those are spaced 6 feet apart with 8 people each, and people are encouraged to wear their masks when they're up away from their tables. Now, former governor of Iowa and former ambassador to China, Terry Branstad, is this year's keynote speaker. Senator Joni Ernst and Governor Kim Reynolds also expected to be here tonight, and that's building some excitement heading into Election Day.
Well, it fires them up. They know that their vote, is being solicited. It fires them up. It makes them want to go to the poll and makes them want to get their neighbors to go to the poll.
So the Scott County Republicans gearing up for one of their highlight events this year. On the other side of the aisle, the Scott County Democrats are still planning to have their Red, White, and Blue Gala this winter. They just don't know if that's going to be an in-person event or a virtual event. Live in Bettendorf, Catherine Bauer, WQAD News 8.
Today's 53rd annual Democratic picnic was canceled, but the Rock Island County Democrats say that election energy is still high. The Labor Day celebration, typically involving speakers and a fundraiser, and unofficially marks the last push to Election Day. In March, the party canceled the picnic due to the pandemic, but they still use Labor Day to live stream their annual drawdown raffle, which sold out in August, weeks earlier than normal.
Again, I've never seen so much enthusiasm over the last 3.5 years than I've ever seen while being involved in politics for the last 17 years.
The party says it was important to still stream the raffle as both a fundraiser and an online celebration of working men and women across the region, and they hope to return to an in-person Labor Day picnic next year.
With less than a month until the election, the race for the Iowa U.S. Senate seat is tight. A number of online polls showing Teresa Greenfield leading by a small margin. News 8's Marissa Sulik explains how Senator Joni Ernst is fighting for votes with a stop in Davenport today.
With the momentum of election season in full swing, this crowd knows where their vote lies.
I don't think the seat can be bought, but it's going to take a lot of hard work on the part of the people who support her.
It has been an honor representing you the last 6 years.
Incumbent Senator Joni Ernst,
and we are going to be out there full throttle,
is making final campaign stops to keep the Republican majority in the Senate and beat Teresa Greenfield.
Okay, thank you.
One of the first events she's held since President Donald Trump tested positive for COVID-19.
I don't think it affects the Senate races. I do hope that people are evaluating the candidates and seeing who's fighting for their constituencies.
One issue she's fighting for, a COVID-19 relief package.
Nancy Pelosi has thrown out some dollar figures, but she's not telling us what she's going to spend those dollars on. That becomes a real problem because I want to know that we're supporting rural health care. I want to know that we're supporting child care. Can this Senate seat be bought? No!
Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds joins Ernst and says it's stops like these that could push Ernst to win the election.
I think Joni's doing exactly what she needs to be doing. I haven't seen her opponent anywhere. She hides in Des Moines. She does the same strategy that you're seeing from Vice President Biden. They're not out talking to people. She's not been to over half of the counties. Joni's been to every one.
Let's make them squeal.
Well, she didn't castrate anyone.
The gnarly TV ads explain this race. And as the polls show, it's a competitive one. In Davenport, Marissa Sulek, WQAD News 8.
The Greenfield campaign says Teresa Greenfield is traveling around the state for her own campaign. They sent us this statement, and it says, from now through November 3rd, Teresa is going to continue crisscrossing the state, hearing from Iowans, answering their questions, fighting for every last vote.
In one of the big races in the Quad City area, the race for Iowa U.S. Senator. Joining me live this morning is Democratic candidate Teresa Greenfield right now. Teresa, good morning. Thank you for joining us. I first want to talk about why you're interested in running and what made you interested in politics here for the 2020 election.
Well, good morning, Jonathan. It is great to be here. You know, I got in this race to put Iowa first. I am a businesswoman and spent much of my career working in small business and running small businesses. I'm a mother of four. I'm a scrappy farm kid. And Senator Ernst just hasn't been putting Iowans first. She's putting her large corporate donors first. And I got in this race to make sure that hardworking Iowans know they've got someone that's going to fight for them.
But it's important to know that this is early and not all the counties or precincts are reporting just yet. Only 51% have reported. Why don't we go ahead and actually bring it back out to presidential race, where it doesn't really look like much has changed in the last several minutes. And finally, I'd like to bring you to our homepage and remind you once again how you can follow along with the election results that we are following here. This is our homepage, as you can see. You can click right here to find our election results. Looking at about just a few minutes to go before we pick up with the News 8 at 10 coverage to wrap up our live streaming event. So let's try and get through as many of these as we can before we do join News 8 at 10. Let me just go ahead and, do I have audio? You guys can hear me, right? Okay. So let's see. We'll start with Scott County, Iowa, which I believe is now starting to report. Yeah. Let's just slowly scroll through here. And we'll get into more on this in just a few minutes on News 8 at 10. I just want to go through these for you so you can get a look. This right here, Rock Island County State's Attorney race is one to watch. Kathleen Bailey, a Republican, challenging incumbent Dora Villarreal for the seat and really having a pretty substantial lead at this point with 56% of precincts reporting at 64% to 36%. That would be an upset in this county. I'm told in our newsroom that Henry County has reported results. And that Jackson County is up. And I think we'll just go ahead and return to some of our hot races here. These are some races to watch. Once again, you can find this page very simply by typing in the search bar WQAD and elections, or you can type it in right here, WQAD.com/elections. All right, and with that, I think might as well just go ahead and wrap things up for this live streaming event. I do want to thank all of you for joining us here, both on YouTube and on Facebook, and we appreciate your comments and participation in this live streaming event. This was definitely something new for us, but we definitely appreciate having you here, doing something fun, doing something different. And with that, I believe that we are going to jump on to News 8 at 10. Thanks again to our reporters, Eleanor, Andrea, Josh, Maggie, and to our anchors, Jim, Elizabeth, for jumping on this live stream and sharing some of your insights on what it has been like covering a very unusual election indeed. We'll probably not be getting results that we all crave in the presidential election and other races until later. All right. Well, let's go ahead and jump in on News 8 at 10, which is now in progress.
In my 10 years, show up for weekend voting.
Here, people can make a difference, and it doesn't take a lot of people to make a difference either.
Your voice, your vote. A special edition of WQAD News 8 at 10, sponsored by NECA, IBEW Local 145, and LightingTheQCA.com.
And good evening. Thanks for joining us tonight at 10. I'm Jim Mertens.
And I'm Denise Hanitka. Thank you for being here for our coverage of the 2020 presidential election. It has been a long and hard-fought campaign, more than 2 years of campaigning by the candidates, challenged by a pandemic in the middle, and it now comes down to finalizing the ballots that came in from today's voting.
And tonight we have team coverage of the races that matter to you. Andrea Flores covering local races from the Rock Island County Clerk's Office. Maggie Wedlake following the developments from the Scott County Auditor's Office. Josh Lamberty is in Riverside, Iowa for the race to represent Iowa's 2nd Congressional District between Republican Marionette Miller Meeks and Democrat Rita Hart. Eleanor Tabone following the race to represent Illinois' 17th Congressional District between Democrat Sherry Bustos and Republican Esther Joy King. That is our team covering everything tonight.
We will begin with the polls in Illinois. They've been closed for 3 hours now. The returns began coming in soon after, but it was not long after that the race was called for Vice President Joe Biden with 55% of the vote. Not all votes are being reported at this point. 72% are in right now, but that race has been called fairly early in the night.
Now, in Iowa, the polls did close about an hour ago. Here's how the race for U.S. president looks right now. And as you can see, Joe Biden leading 54 to 45% over Donald Trump. These are the Iowa numbers that are coming in. And like we said, it is right now with just about 31% of the vote. Still a lot of counting still to do. Now, our team coverage begins once again with Andrea Flores, who's live at the Rock Island County Clerk's Office, where voter turnout slow and steady, but there is a lot of numbers. And Andrea, I want to get to one thing real quick because I'm looking at the website right now. We're still waiting for a lot of Rock Island County vote in. You're telling us about half the vote in, but right now, no pre-election day votes have been counted in Rock Island County. That's a big deal.
Hi, Jim. That's right. Right now, more than half of the 120 precincts in Rock Island County are reporting numbers, but none of those totals that we see listed right now include any early voting, either by mail or in person. The election officials tell me here that this will be coming up shortly, so we should see those numbers this evening. At the moment, Republicans are in the lead in several races in Rock Island County, including the presidential race, the Senate race, along with local, state, and county races as well. The chairman of the Rock Island County Republicans tells me they're pleased so far, but it's too early to really get too excited about anything. The chair of the Rock Island County Democrats telling me the same thing, that they're still feeling confident, but again, much too early. As for Election Day turnout, election officials tell me today's gone pretty smoothly in Rock Island County. No major problems to report. And from the voter turnout I saw in Rock Island, Moline, and East Moline, the lines weren't too long at all, and there wasn't much of a wait. Nearly 42,000 people voted early, either in person or by mail, and election officials expect to go through 70,000 ballots tonight. That's out of 90,000 registered voters in Rock Island County. So again, we're still waiting on those results to come in, still waiting on the early voting results to come in, and we will watch that as it comes. Reporting live in Rock Island, Andrea Flores, WQAD News 8.
And these are good points, Andrea, because I'm refreshing it once again. And like you said, it really shows the Republicans really voted today in Rock Island County. We're still waiting for these Democratic numbers. It can change so many different things, from the 17th district to the local races, as well as the state legislative races. So keep an eye on that. Thank you so much for joining us outside the Rock Island County Administrative Center. Now, Illinois Democratic U.S. Senator Richard Durbin seeking re-election to a fifth term, this time against four challengers. Republican Mark Curran is the top as a Republican. There's a look at the results right now. Richard Durbin being declared the winner with 52%. Still a lot of votes to be counted, but the incumbent looks like he's going to win his U.S. Senate seat.
Also in the race for U.S. Senate, though, this one out of Iowa, Republican Joni Ernst running for a second term against her challenger, Democrat Teresa Greenfield. As we take a look at where those numbers are right now, 32% of precincts reporting. Teresa Greenfield, you see, has a lead right now of 53%, but a lot of counting still to do. This race is being very closely watched. The Senate control may very well hinge on this race. It was also the second most expensive Senate race in the country, more than $200 million spent in this race, so a lot of people are watching it tonight. And our team coverage now continues with Maggie Wedlake, live tonight at the Scott County Auditor's Office. Hi, Maggie.
Hi, Denise. That's right. The polls closed here in Iowa just about an hour ago, but we did talk to voters as they were leaving the precincts earlier tonight, and what they told us is that it was a very smooth day. They were able to get in, get right out. What you're looking at now is footage from about 8 p.m. when people were mostly just trickling in at that point. They do say that there was a bit more commotion this morning when the polls first opened around 7:30, but those three precincts down here at the convention center had about 900 people vote today. That was about a 74% turnout rate for those precincts. One woman telling me that she's had the option to vote before, but until this election, she never thought it was important enough to do so.
I mean, there's always attention on the election, but I feel like this year even more. With this going on and all the rioting, like, people are really paying attention and want to be heard.
Ballots are being counted right now as we speak here. Now, on Saturday, the county was able to start counting those absentee and early vote-in ballots. They were able to put in about 4,000 an hour. As of right now, 63% of the precincts in the county are reporting totals, with Biden carrying the lead. As of right now, he has 53% of the vote, with Trump at 44%. Can expect a winner declared tonight. In Davenport, Maggie Wedlake, WQAD News 8.
Those Iowa results still coming in tonight, and we want to give you an update on the results coming in out of Rock Island. We told you just a few moments ago we had about 50% of the votes in Rock Island County reporting. That number has now suddenly jumped to about 87% of the vote. So in order to follow that, you'll want to watch the ticker there at the bottom of your screen. Those updates are coming to you live as we get them.
One of the biggest races in our area is the Iowa 2nd Congressional District contest between Democrat Rita Hart and Republican Marionette Miller Meeks. And News 8's Josh Lamberty following this race. He joins us from Riverside, Iowa, near Iowa City. Josh, what are you hearing out there?
Yeah, hi, Jim. We're here at the Riverside Casino, and this is where State Senator Marionette Miller Meeks is hosting her in-person campaign event tonight. And although it's in person, it is a rather small in attendance, only about 20 people joining her tonight. The senator arrived about 90 minutes ago, and she's been interacting with supporters and family during that time. And she did take a few moments to speak with us, and she did mention the excitement of the momentum that her campaign has felt since she started this campaign, and she is here, but she is not expected to give any remarks to her supporters or to the press before the election is called. When we did talk to her just a few moments ago, like I mentioned, she did talk about the pandemic and her plans, if she is elected, to help curb that the COVID-19 pandemic. Meanwhile, on the Democratic side, Rita Hart, she is having a private event at home with family and her team. I did reach out to their campaign. I did not hear back before this newscast. We'll have more from Senator Marionette Miller Meeks tomorrow for you on Good Morning Quad Cities. Jim?
That is a big race that Democrats and Republicans are keeping a close eye on. Dave Loebsack's Democratic seat right there up for grabs. Denise?
In Illinois, we want to get to the race for Illinois' 17th congressional district up for grabs tonight. Democratic Representative Cheri Bustos being challenged by Republican Esther Joy King. And for that, we go to News 8's Eleanor Tabone following the race in Rock Island for us. Hi, Eleanor.
Hi, Denise. Right now, 81% of precincts are reporting. As you can see, Cheri Bustos ahead by less than 1%. So it's very close. I spoke with Esther Joy less than 30 minutes ago, and she said she's so proud of her team and their efforts this evening. She says she campaigned the old-fashioned way by going around and knocking on doors. Earlier today, we also spoke with Cheri Bustos. She said she woke up at a bright and early at 2 a.m. and then worked out at 5 a.m. She spent the day calling voters and hanging pamphlets on doors. I have been in touch with the Congresswoman recently, and she says she feels confident heading into tonight, and the turnout has been encouraging. Bustos has lived in Illinois her whole life and has lived in this district for more than 30 years. She says she considers her voters family, and I quote, "I know them inside and out, and I know them like the back of my hand." Cheri has been in Congress since 2012 and is seeking her 5th term. In 2018, she had the largest margin of victory by any Trump district Democrat in America. And this race is very close, but we will keep you updated with those precincts and those results coming in. Reporting live in Rock Island, Eleanor Tabone, WQAD News 8.
Now, also on the ballot for all Illinois voters is a change to how much income tax that you pay to the state. News 8's Elizabeth Wattis joins us in the studio tonight with the latest results that we are getting so far on this graduated income tax amendment.
Jim and Denise, I am refreshing my page here. Numbers are coming in throughout the state. And so far, this unofficial, of course, but with 87.5% of voters reported in Rock Island County, 69% of voters so far there voting to keep a flat income tax in Illinois. In Whiteside County, 100% of votes are in, 61% of people there voting to keep that flat tax too. And of course, for this to pass, you need 60%. Right now, Illinois has what's called a flat tax rate, meaning no matter what you make, you pay the same percent in income tax. This amendment, again, needs 60% to pass. If it does, your tax rate would be determined by how much money you make. If you make $250,000 or more, you'd pay more in taxes. If you make less than that, your tax would stay the same or go slightly down. Supporters of this graduated income tax argue a flat tax, what it is now, penalizes lower income taxpayers, and opponents argue that graduated tax will hurt job growth and actually open the door for future tax hikes. Now, I'm looking around to other parts of the state as well. Right now, I'm looking at Winnebago County, that's in the Rockford area, and with 96% of votes in, very close there. It's actually 50-50, but again, this vote needs 60% to make that change from a flat tax to that tax depending on how much you make. So I will be looking over those results all night. But let's turn over to Whiteside County now, where all votes are in. Another tax-related question on the ballot today. Voters there saying no to a proposed 0.5% sales tax. The tax was called the safety tax, and that extra money would have gone to the county's 911 dispatch centers to update technology and pay salaries. 74% of voters saying no to this, 26% voting yes. It needed a simple majority to pass. Illinois voters are also deciding if a Supreme Court justice from the Quad Cities will serve his third term on the state's highest court. Justice Thomas Kilbride represented the 21 counties of Illinois' 3rd District for 20 years, which includes Rock Island, Knox, and Whiteside counties. He is up for a retention vote this year. Justice Kilbride needs a 60% approval in the election to retain his seat. If he gets less, the Supreme Court would appoint a replacement to act as justice until a special election for the seat could be held in 2020. These results are coming in right now, and I will keep you updated as those come in. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Elizabeth. Anytime you talk about a tax hike, it's a tough ask, but especially when you're talking about in the middle of a pandemic as well. Governor Pritzker has based a lot of his budget projections on the idea of this graduated tax amendment being approved. So a lot of eyes on that tonight.
Well, and we've been talking about county by county. Statewide vote is really what matters, so we will keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on the bottom of the screen for those added numbers.
You are watching 2020 election coverage right here on WQAD News 8. Stick with us. Our coverage continues in just a moment.
Your Voice, Your Vote is sponsored by NECA and IBEW Local 145. Your Voice, Your Vote, sponsored by lightingtheqca.com.
Our coverage continues here tonight with a live picture from the White House in Washington, D.C., where the president is watching the results come in along with his team in the East Room tonight. Our election coverage continues. after our newscast over on ABC of the national results, but we want to bring you the local races that are important to you. You can keep watching the bottom of your screen as well as those results come in.
Can I mention that at 10 o'clock, a lot of the West Coast states, the polls have closed, and we just now have from ABC News Joe Biden receiving Washington, the state of Washington, the state of Oregon, the state of California. None of those are surprising. Utah, Wyoming going to President Trump. None of those surprising. But according to ABC right now, 187 delegates, the Electoral College, 187 votes for Joe Biden, 114 to Donald Trump. Still very early stages, but the West Coast is starting to filter in right now as the polls close from one sea to shining sea.
Yet we're still waiting for the results from those big battlegrounds, from your Floridas, from your Pennsylvanias, your
Georgia,
Ohios.
North Carolina,
Correct.
Pennsylvania, and of course what they call the Midwest Rust Belt with Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, a lot of areas, critical states still to be called.
Yes, we continue tonight in many parts of the country. A lot of people waited in line, maybe you did as well, to cast a ballot.
And this is actually the line outside a polling place in Oahu, Hawaii. Now, voting is continuing there, and you can see dozens of voters lined up about a half a block before being let inside. About 513,000 Hawaiian voters actually submitted early ballots, the majority waiting, though, for today. The polls close in Hawaii in about an hour.
In Las Vegas, some voters had to wait at least an hour at some polling places. Election officials say the check-in kiosks went down early this morning, causing a massive backup. Those polling locations were allowed to stay open an hour later in response to that.
We've been here so long, we say, hey, wait it out and get our vote in. They have been coming out and being very informative and letting us know that, you know, the kiosks are down, they're up and down, but they're getting through as many people as they can at a time.
Patience needed out there, especially for voters who want to have their voice heard and didn't mind waiting in line outside in the heat out there.
In Chicago, election officials are using unusual spaces actually for voters. A hair salon that doubled as a polling place. Election officials say some of the voters are also clients of the business. And our special election coverage continues in just a moment right here on News 8.
And today, on this presidential election day, was one of the warmest as far as temperatures are concerned, with lower 70s, and we're not done with these unseasonably warm numbers. Tell you how long this stretch is going to last, when the next chance of wet weather will arrive, right after the break here on this special edition of News 8 at 10. Mike. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. No question, I think everyone will agree it was one heck of a day as we had plenty of sunshine, dry air, southerly winds, and of course, it led to a nice warm day. Look at that. One of the warmest temperatures we had on a presidential election day with a high of 73 degrees. Wasn't a record. Record is actually 78 degrees. And in the days ahead, I'm not expecting to see any more record highs in the future. But here's something we could actually break. Look at the stretch of forecast highs I'm looking at, not only for the rest of the work week, but going into the weekend. At least lower 70s. So if you count that, a 6th straight day is the lower 70s. Yeah, 6 straight days. And if we see that, that breaks the old record for the month of November when it comes to 7-degree plus days, which is 5 back in 1964. That would be awfully delightful. And keep in mind, month of November, we only see one 7-degree plus day. So that is a good sight to see as we go through the rest of the work week and the weekend. A lot of quiet skies around the area, a lot of sinking air. That's some good news. That limits any type of cloud cover. The main storm track way up into our north. Nothing as far as any major stirring winds aloft with these clouds. We could see a few high-level clouds later on tomorrow. But other than that, nothing really unsettled. You have to go way out in the west, around the northern Pacific, and that little cluster of clouds could very likely impact us as far as bringing back the return of the showers and even maybe a few thunderstorms. But given the distance of it, I think it won't be till the start of the new week that we actually see some showers and thunderstorms arrive. As far as our temperatures are concerned, really not too bad. They do vary. I think it has to do with a little bit of a mixing of the air. But a cool 46 degrees right now over in Savannah to as warm as 61 degrees we have over in Muscatine, 54 in DeWitt, 52 over in Sterling Rock Falls. Kewanee, Geneseo, good evening. Right now you're at a double nickel, 55 degrees. At the airport in Moline, 58 degrees, southwest winds at 5 miles an hour. In downtown Davenport, around 56. Skies are nice and clear. We'll continue with that little puff of wind out of the south, and that'll play a big role as far as our overnight lows are concerned. Instead of waking up around the freezing mark, we'll only be dropping down to about 46 for the overnight low. Come tomorrow, another dandy of a day, lots of sunshine. Once again, we'll get that wind out of the southwest. Combined with that dry air, we should have no problem reaching 72 degrees for the daytime high. Yes, on track. Lower 70s right through the weekend. Not a raindrop to be found until you get to the new week, and that's when we see those showers and maybe a few thunderstorms return. That will, of course, transition to the much cooler daytime highs with those readings expected in the 40s, maybe popping up around 50 as we head to that following weekend. Let's take a look at our 3-degree guarantee, sponsored by our good friends at Eric Chevrolet in Milan. We are forecasting 67. It was a warm day, 73 degrees. That was a tough forecast, so we'll give it another try and raise some money for the Riverbend Food Bank.
Yeah, when you talk about top 3 of all election day highs.
Yes,
yeah.
That's pretty nice.
Very nice.
We'll take it.
All right, we continue to watch these election results as they come in. On the bottom of your screen is where you can get them. So let's talk about the race between Cheri Bustos and Esther Joy King tonight.
And I really do want to point this out. Now, once again, this is, the numbers are way too small. 83% reporting. It's a 50-50 race. Now, this is a huge night for Esther Joy King because 2 years ago, Cheri Bustos got 62% of the vote. And I just wanted to point that out, that in Rock Island County 2 years ago, she got 64% of the vote, and right now she is polling with under 50% of the vote, the Cheri Bustos is, in Rock Island County. Now, mind you, none of the early ballots have come in yet. The early voting ballots, it's about 87% of the turnout has been reported so far in Rock Island County. So we don't know how these numbers are going to change, but Esther Joy King is outperforming what past Republicans have done in the 17th District in recent memory.
Yeah, interesting race to watch. But stay tuned here to News 8. Our coverage of the 2020 election continues right after this short break.
Your voice, your vote coverage, continuing with a look at some of the statewide races, and we're going to start with the Illinois House of Representatives 71st District between Democrat Joe Padilla and incumbent Tony McCombie. And you can see with McCombie being declared the winner with 65% of the vote, she's outperforming 2 years ago when she got 59% of the vote. So this was a rematch, McCombie beating Padilla tonight.
Another rematch on the ballot, the Illinois House of Representatives 72nd District is Democrat Mike Halpin against Republican Glenn Evans. So if we look at the results right now with 46% reporting, you see 57 for Glenn Evans, 43 for Mike Halpin. A substantial difference from what we saw 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Mike Halpin won with 62% of the vote. So not only is he down right now with still some votes to count, of course, but by a much different margin as well.
Yeah, Rock Island County Republican vote is very high right now. Let's take a look at the race for the Iowa House of Representatives. We'll start in District 93 between Phyllis Thiede, Republican Mike Vondran, and I hope we have those numbers. Maybe we don't. Okay. Where do we want to go next? There's the Rock Island County. This was a non-binding referendum in regards to the Second Amendment. Once again, we don't have the early votes in, but right now this non-binding referendum says yes, the Second Amendment in Rock Island should be protected. Elizabeth Wattis joining us right now to kind of explain why this vote was taken.
Right, so 87.5% of votes are in Rock Island County, and it was taken, but not much is really going to change. The majority of people so far saying yes, they want their right to bear arms maintained and protected. But the initiative doesn't create or change any existing law. The vote so far, 92% yes, 8% no, again, unofficial. Supporters say all this is a grassroots effort to tell state lawmakers to not infringe on the rights to bear arms. So if a decision does come about in the future that has to do with gun rights, they can point to this initiative on this year's ballot as proof and say, hey, look, people in Rock Island County do want their Second Amendment protected. So not all votes in, but 91%, 92% voting yes to that. Jim?
Yep, we've actually seen this in a couple of different counties in Illinois that they have said, hey, we want our Second Amendment defended. It usually goes to the county board to approve it. As you were pointing out, Rock Island County never really brought that up to a vote in the county board. They put it on a referendum instead. More election results are coming up, and you are watching a special edition of News 8 at 10 of the 2020 election.